so this is where we were. We have solved 6 of what I believe are the 9 main areas of the game, as indicated by this series of lights in this circle. The ones we haven't solved are the ones with the dice faces, the gallery with the pictures in, and the lines. My understanding of the gallery with the pictures in is it relies on you knowing the rules of the other areas because it uses all of those rules. So logically we would do that last. And we would do these 2 before. I'm not sure if I found the starting area for these lines. I found some puzzles that have lines in them, but they seemed a bit complicated and I couldn't figure out the rule. Also not sure about these. We found what I believe to be the last puzzle for these, but it wasn't lit up and I couldn't figure out how to get it to light up. I think the first thing I want to do is go back to this area and see if I can make sense of that. I think I remember the way. Oh yeah, by the way, you can hold shift in this game to run faster, which I have not been doing this entire time. I mean, you don't often need to. So yeah, we got to this area and we solved all of these, and we solved those. We solved this and this. It was all going very well right up until the very last area, which was this. And I believe the final puzzle is this one. But the button isn't enabled yet because although we've solved this, there's 3 wires going into it. Hello, Lady L. Welcome. So good to see you again. It's been a while, Lady L. I'm not sure if you've streamed recently, but if you have, I'm afraid I haven't been able to catch your streams. I've probably been at work. Everybody, if you're not already following Lady L, you should. She's not just a cozy streamer, but puzzle streamer. She's played a lot of the games that I have, including Dorfomantic and Antechamber as well. Lady L, I don't know if you're familiar with this game. This is a game called Taiji. And it's a bit like a 2D version of The Witness. It's that sort of puzzle game. And I've really been enjoying it. I can definitely recommend it if you're looking for that sort of game to play. Okay, I think, yeah, this is the bit we haven't solved yet. We haven't... yeah. We haven't solved it. I think we have to solve this whole area in order to light up this blue wire. So that's what we haven't done. Okay, that makes sense. Lady L says, thank you for the shout out. Oh, is this a Witness-like game? It is, yes. So it's not 3D like The Witness, but it has... You have a series of puzzles based on grids, and the grids have symbols in, and the symbols have different rules you have to follow. Which makes it very Witness-like. However, with The Witness, you draw a border around like the edges of the cells, and in this game, you can turn the cells on and off. But apart from that, it's very much like the same sort of thing. The same sort of mechanics. Lady L says this game is completely new for me. We are about 2/3 of the way through, I think. There seem to be 9 different areas. I suppose the equivalent with the witness would be like the lasers pointing at the mountain for each area. This game, there's 9 of those areas, I think, and probably some more stuff after that. And we've completed 6 of them. This one we started, but we haven't finished yet. And what these dice face symbols mean is that there has to be a region with that many dots in. So this has to be a region with 4 dots in. This has to be a region with 6 dots in. Also, because these have dotted lines around them, this is forced to be on and this is forced to be off. But we can change these. And I'm immediately seeing a problem here because this has to be 6 and this has to be 4, and they're going to be opposite colours to each other. That's a total of 10. There's only 9 spaces. Something's not right. I also notice this. This is a new symbol. Yeah, I was thinking, oh, this is just a continuation of the puzzles over here, but actually it isn't. This symbol with like the hollow dots, that's new. I wonder if it has a similar meaning to the negative dots in Witness. As in, if we combine the 6 and this, does that count as a -2? Okay, I think it does. I think it does because this area now has 4 cells in it, which is 6 minus 2. And it's not flashing red. This is still flashing red because this still has 5 cells, not 4. But if I add a 5th cell now, that doesn't work. Yeah, I need to find a shape that has 4 in here and 4 in here. There's got to be 1 cell we don't use. It can't be that or that. Oh, that works. Okay. So actually, yeah, this is a new mechanic, a new rule, new type of cell that we haven't seen before. So now we're doing 6 minus 3 equals 3, and then a 4. 6 minus 4 equals 2, and then a 4. Okay. So now 6 minus 1 minus 2 would be 3. So if we say that's a 3, this needs to be a 5, so that. And then, oh, hang on. Okay. I assume you can't do 6 minus 3 minus 3 because then the area would have to have 0 cells in it, and that wouldn't be possible. So it must be 6 minus 3 and then another 6 minus 3. So it must be 3 and then 3? No. Oh, yeah, 3 and 3. There we go. Right, and that's lit that up. But that's just, yeah. I think we've got to solve all the puzzles in here. All the way around in order to light up the blue cable that's coming out of this cave. Out here, which is what we actually need to finish this area. Okay, so we have different coloured ones of these. In the middle here we have a threes and we have -1s. So if we do all of that together, that is 6 minus 2 is 4, so that's fine. Except this outer bit would need to be 12. Is it 12? Oh, it is 12. Oh, that's a coincidence. Okay. Hang on, isn't this the same? Hello, Liari. Best penguin. Liari, it's so good to see you. There is a particular reason why I'm happy to see you, Liari, which is that we have a special thing to do. It's kind of a, I guess, a Christmas thing. I realise Christmas is still 2 weeks away, but I wanted to hand out another VIP badge. And the rule that I've been following is that my VIP badges go to the viewer who has the most flowers, who is not already a mod or a VIP. And with 114 flowers now, that is our friend Liari. And I was waiting for you to be here in a stream so that I could give it while you were here, rather than just doing it off stream. So let me do that now. Add new role. Liari 77. This is our 10th VIP badge, although we do have Harry, who was a VIP before he became a mod. There we go. It is done. You might have to refresh Liari for it to show up. And thank you for watching so many of my streams. And there we go. And hopefully many more. It's very much appreciated. Liari, today we're continuing with Taiji puzzle game. And we've just discovered that an area I thought I was right at the end of, I'm actually only about halfway through, I think. There's quite a lot of puzzles in here. So there's even more content than we thought there would be, which is good news. I am confused because this next puzzle looks identical to the previous one. It's got all the same shapes in the same place. So does that not work? Okay, that doesn't work. So what is actually different? Oh, okay. So in this solution, these tiles, all these shapes are coloured black. Whereas in this one, these two are yellow and these two are black. LT Bago, thank you so much for gifting the sub to our favourite penguin Liari. I haven't been giving out gift subs on my own stream anymore myself. Only VIP badges. But I do appreciate you doing that, T-Bago. Recognition of all the support from Liari. You get to enjoy my emotes. I'm afraid I don't have any penguins. But I do have all these pretty flowers. Now then, how on earth is this supposed to work? Maybe the negative dots have to be paired with positive dots of the same colour. In other words, this would not be 6 minus 2, it would be just 6, and then that doesn't work. If I draw a thing with 6... Okay, no, that doesn't work. About 8. No. Okay, maybe the rule then is just you cannot mix colours if you've got negatives. If you can't mix colours at all, it must be something like that. Yeah, because then you've got 6 minus 1 in the black ones is 5, and then 3 and 3. Liari says, I love your emotes. Thank you, Liari. I'm glad you like them. They were all drawn by Mushloon, who is an awesome artist. And I'm particularly pleased I got the flowers. The Emma faces are nice too, but I'm particularly pleased with the flowers. Okay, so we have a 4 and a 4 and a 3 and a 3 and then 2 minus 1s. which in total adds up to 16, and there are 16 tiles in this grid. So just for shading everything in the same colour would be a valid solution. However, they forced these two to be a different colour. If I make this a 4 and this a 4, this doesn't work because it is 8 and it needs to be 4. So can we somehow... No, if we say that this needs to be 4, then the whole thing would have to be surrounded. That's no good because this is 12, not 8. What if these were white and then these would need to be 3s? No, because that's now 5 and it needs to be 3. Okay, this one is making me think. There's some way we can make this only 4 and like, because we don't have to fade in the corners. No, that's still 5 and not 4. Hello, Izzy. Welcome in. Thank you so much for redeeming your flower of the day. And look at this, we now have 2 penguin streamers who are VIPs in my channel, and isn't that just an awesome situation to be in? 2 penguin VIPs. Exactly, Leo. Lesson to be learnt from that is penguins are very good at remembering to pick up their flower of the day.
Purple flower.
Thank you so much for subscribing for 12 months. Yes, you get your purple flower sub badge. Purple flower is the harebell. It's my favourite flower, and it is reserved for my most dedicated supporters. Except for the even more dedicated supporters that have founder badges. But there's only 2 of them, don't worry. Izzy, thank you so much for your continued support. LT Bago says, been keeping it on the down low, but seeing as it's almost over, I'll sneak in that it's my birthday today. And hopefully no one will notice, right? Well, that's cause for a celebration. Happy birthday, Best Tibago. Let's do some birthday hype for you. There we go. I hope you had a good day. I'm afraid I don't have anything to offer you besides this stream. Hopefully that is an adequate birthday present. Oh. Right, what are we doing here? This, if I just try to make this 4, it doesn't work because there's too much other stuff. If I do that and that, now this is 5, so that bit is okay. This would need to be 7 though, and it's currently 10. I'm not a mathematician, but 10 is more than 7. That's 2. What I'd like to do is just put this one on its own, but I can't because then it would have to occupy an area of size -1. Again, I'm no mathematician, but I think area of -1 is not possible. So, what options do we have apart from the things I've already tried? Yeah, I think we can rule out this sharing with this 4 because it would have to be 3. But to get it in the same area as the 4, you've already got to make an area of size 4. This is 7, and then that's 7, so that works. This would have to be 5. Can I make a 5? Oh, I can make a 5. Okay, that's the answer. Okay, I really had to think about that one. El Tibago said, I got cake. Kind of a double celebration because as of yesterday, I'm also now Grandpa Tibago. Well, congratulations. I don't tend to pry into people's personal lives, if they don't share them. So, I'm not familiar with the situation that you have there, but congratulations. And better get that name change in so that your grandchild can start calling you Zaphod Beeblebrook's hydraulic press or whatever it was going to be. Easy the Penguin says, I didn't even know you were Papa Tibago. Yeah, as I say, I don't pry into people's lives. So I think it was mentioned to me once, but I won't discuss anything you're not comfortable with. But yes, I will say congratulations. Yeah, if their birthday is the day before yours, then I'm afraid from now on it might be a double celebration every year. That's how these things work. Okay, we have a bunch of 1s and a 2 and a -2. Okay. Well, we were to just make the 2 like that. That would be no good because these 1s need to be blocked off from each other, and we can't do that without extending the 2. Tibago says, yeah, I don't really talk about it a lot, but I have 2 boys. Yeah. Tibago says, oh, it gets better than that. Today's also my dad's birthday. I don't know what is going on with our family and this time in December. I mean, I suppose the more pertinent question is what's going on with your family in sort of mid-March? But happy birthday to your entire family. Well, I guess yeah, you're happy birthday to now great Grandpa Tibago. Yes, my family has always been quite stretched out. I obviously I don't have children and never will for the obvious reasons. My sister has children, but she didn't have children until she was in her mid-30s, and my parents didn't have children until they were in their mid-30s, and my grandparents didn't. So we've never had great-grandparents. We've never had living great-grandparents in our family tree because the gaps are too big. He says, I think we can put 2 and 2 together on that one. Yes, I think we can. But yes, congratulations again, Tibago. Sorry, I'm I'm trying to respond and also think what on earth I'm supposed to do with this puzzle. I suppose I never actually figured out what the relation is when you have like different colours, because this is no good. I've put a black 2 and a yellow 1 together in an area of size 3, and that's not allowed. So the answer is not, you can't just combine the 2 and a 1. So the 1 is happy on its own, the 2 is happy on its own, but they're not happy together. And I suspect they're never going to be happy together, no matter how much stuff I add. The problem then is this -2 in the corner surely is no good unless matched with this 2, because you can't have an area of size -2. And yeah, an area of size +2 doesn't satisfy. But if I combine them together... Wait, what? Why does that work? Okay, I'm confused. Shouldn't that require an area of size 0? And then rather than 7? Oh, or no. Is it that if the total comes out to 0, it's as if the shapes don't exist? And the area can be any size you like. Okay, that changes everything then, because we can just make it like that. Okay. So if you cancel out 2 areas, then it's as if you cancel out the numbers, it's as if they don't exist. And there's no restriction on the area. Okay. So this is probably a puzzle about cancelling out all the areas. Like that. No, like that. Yes, okay. Okay, those would cancel out. But then these wouldn't. And you would need areas of size 1. But this can't be an area of size 1 because it's next to this. So actually we need that to be an area of size 2, and then we need these 2 to cancel out with those 2. There we go. Okay, this is almost exactly the same puzzle, except we've added a bunch more of these circles. So if we again made that an area of size 2, then that would be 4 minus 8, which would be -4, which would be no good. However, if we gave 2 of these to this area and also 2 of these to this area, actually I suppose, yeah, that works. So this is now 4 minus 4 and this is 4 minus 4, and then everything cancels out. So this might also be about, can we cancel everything out? Yeah. If we just make dominoes like this, then every 1 cancels out with a -1, and it just solves. Okay. Good to know. So the next series of puzzles is going to be a mixture of these 2 different symbols, I guess. That is 9, and that's 9, and these are minus a total of 3. Which that's 18 minus 6 is 12. So we can, if we can put everything in the same area, that area needs to be size 12, and this is 16. So we just need to subtract 4, and it will work. Oh, what is that? Oh, I think that's just supposed to be -7. Yeah, I think this is -7. I think those are circles. They just don't look much like circles. So 18 minus 14 plus 6 is 10. But I don't think we can make an area of size 10 that holds all of these. No, because that's 11. So we need to make 2 areas of size 5 and put half the stuff in each. There we go. And this is 9 over there, and then there's 4 more in total, which is 13. Minus 9, which is 4. Okay, well, we can't fit all of this into an area of size 4. Although, if we disregard these 4, then that's 9 and that's 9, and that gives you 0 and it cancels out. So actually, yeah, all we need to do is isolate those 4. Okay. Did that unlock the thing that I was waiting to unlock? Yes, it did. Okay, our reward for solving all those puzzles is we get to solve another puzzle. This one. Right, and this doesn't have negatives in it either. But it does have 3 different colours. This tile here doesn't have a number on, but it is forced to be on. So it can't be the same as that one. So this needs to be a 5. It has occurred to me that we could do this, and that would be 20, and that would use all the 5s. However, oh wait, oh no, I don't have to block it like that. The problem with that is this. Yeah, this is not 12. This is 15. And so we'd have to take, yeah, we'd have to take 3 out and give them to this 4, but I don't see a way to do that without connecting it to this outside part. So actually I think we might have to do the 5s in a different way. Let me draw an area of size 4 for this 4, so that's happy. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, these 6s are now making an area of size 13, which is too big, so we need to take one of the dots away. There we go. Okay. Now then, does that mean we solve this area? I think that means we solve this whole area because the fire is lit. Let's go back to the start and make sure that we did. Hang on, where's the stairs? There they are. I was stuck for a moment there. Okay, we can go back this way. Oops. Wait. Oh no, I solved these. I was like, there's puzzles in here, but no, I did already solve those puzzles. What I wanted to see, yes, was that the symbol on this is now illuminated. As I say, I think this one requires you to know all the other symbols, so I don't think we can put it off any longer. I think we have to figure out what is meant by these symbols. Now, there are some of those over here. Well, it's this is the area that has them. But, well, this is obviously not where you're supposed to start because none of these are lit up. And I did find another area. Well, I found another set of puzzles for this. Can we go in there? Oh no, that's a dead end. Okay. I did find some more puzzles. Yeah, here. This surely can't be the first puzzle of this clue type because look at it. I feel like there must be a more introductory puzzle somewhere else. we can't go through here. At least, like, maybe we have to move some stuff around in there. We can't go through here because it's broken, and it looks like this is where you need to stand to solve whatever this is. So we need to come from that way. So I don't think this is the way in to this area. This is probably also not the way into that area because this is like a back way out of this area. And I don't think there's a way to... I'm just looking for any hidden way, like, round to the other side of this. So the other way in that I found was actually all the way back here. Go down here. Is it way... No, it wasn't all the way back here. Although actually coming here, you can see where I mean. This staircase here. But to get to that staircase, you go this way. And then... yeah, down here. Past the suspiciously face-looking rock on our left here. Then you come to this, which is the world's most obvious witness puzzle. I clearly need to draw a line along here, except I don't because this isn't the witness. And then you come down here. This was actually one of the first places I came when I started the game. And yeah, you can go up here, but you can't interact with anything. You can't go in this building. It looks like solving this puzzle will open this door. So I think this... yeah, I think you have to solve that puzzle first. That's blocked off by a tree. Yeah, these aren't unlocked yet. These aren't unlocked yet. What would unlock these? This would unlock those. Oh, there's also this. Oh, hang on. Yeah, this feels like a tutorial. Okay, I didn't find my way over to this little corner of the map before. I think this must be where you start this area. Also, we found the fast travel marker thing. Is that the last one? Oh, no, that isn't the last one. Still a hole in the map here. Oh, I never activated the marker for the flower thingies. Well, I'd better go and find that at some point. Because, yeah, we did the one up here for the trees. Yeah, before we go any further, let me try and find the marker for that one, because we completed that area. So I'm sure it must be available. It would be somewhere along here. So did I not see it, or did I just forget that they were a thing? Is there anything hidden back here? Now that I know there were just like hidden corridors in this game. I don't see anything here that looks like a fast travel marker. Hello, Ren! Ren says, sorry I'm late. That's okay, Ren. I was very late starting today. I haven't had a good week. Ren, welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. And yeah, I hope you've been enjoying this game, Ren. I saw that you've played a lot of it. And more than me, in fact, because you've completed all the main areas. Hope you enjoyed it. I know you enjoyed The Witness, so I figured you would enjoy this one. Wow, lots of things happened there. Starcast did welcome in, thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. And Rooney, thank you so much for raiding with your party of 12 viewers. Rooney, welcome in. And hello to Harry, Hurricane, Kurjo, and Rooney, all of whom say it's a raid. Everybody, I hope you enjoyed Rooney's stream. Everybody, please go follow Rooney. If you're not already, which I'm sure most of you are, please hit the button that the mods have kindly put for your pressing. Rooney, let me know what you were streaming and whether it was successful. I'm sorry I wasn't able to drop by today. It's unusual for me to not catch at least part of a Rooney stream. But no, I haven't had a good week. I managed to injure myself quite, not badly, but awkwardly. And I was busy at work today, and I was very slow getting ready for the stream. And then 15 minutes late starting. So all in all, I wasn't in any position to watch Rooney. Ren says, "Oh, I probably misread the achievements in Steam. Possibly. As of the start of this stream, I'd completed 6 out of the 9 areas that light up the circle in the middle. That's now 7 out of 9. I'm actually looking for the last fast travel marker before I try and solve the last 2 areas." Rooney says, "Hi everybody." And Rooney says, "No worries, I did feed in Discord. Hope you're feeling alright." I'm okay now, yes. Sorry, I was also looking up what you were playing. You were playing Control, and your stream title was, what was your favourite moment of the Gaming Awards, if you saw it? I actually didn't see it. I didn't feel like staying up late enough to watch it live. All I've really seen so far on the internet is people complaining that the thing they were hoping was going to be announced wasn't announced. Although Lana seemed excited for The Witcher 4. Which there's quite a few members of our community who've played the Witcher games, so that's good. Although I think it's still not coming for a couple more years. I did see some people get annoyed because Half-Life 3 wasn't announced. Which, have they been annoyed every year for the past 20 years then? Because it's never going to be announced. Kurjo says, "Hope you got plenty of opportunity to rest over the weekend." I hope I do, but I do need to visit family and do 2 more streams, so we'll see. Ren says, "At least you solved the fast travel, unlike me." Well, the fast travel isn't actually a puzzle. You don't get an achievement for solving it. So yeah, the only bit you didn't manage to solve wasn't actually a puzzle, so it's okay. Oh, hang on, is that it there? No, that's... Wait, no, that is it. Oh, okay. I did somehow miss that then. Right, how do I get back over there now? Is there a back way in? I think I unlocked a back way in, didn't I? So I don't have to solve that bridge puzzle every time. Yeah, this way. Did I not activate this marker? I didn't activate this marker. Emma. Wait, what's the shape? It just shows an empty grid. Is it everything? Oh, is it like checkerboard? Ah, it's checkerboard. Okay. Interesting. There we are. Right, we've unlocked the entire map now. So with that, let's go back to where we were actually going to solve next, which is this area. Kurjo says, I watched some of it last night as I was unintentionally awake. Blame WoW. I will blame WoW for many of life's problems. Never played it myself. Just seen the harmful effect that it has on other people. Rooney says, started playing Control today and it went really well. Quite intriguing. It's also connected to the Alan Wake universe. Okay, yes, I did see you play some of Alan Wake. That's interesting. I will try and drop by next time. Everybody, as I say, if you're not already following Rooney and you enjoy cozy RPG gameplay, then do go check out his stream. It is awesome. Izzy says, I can't say the Witcher games are my thing, but I did have a bit of a gay panic at the trailer. Yeah, I can understand that. I don't know. It's awkward for me, like being asexual, but maybe not entirely. I'm arguably trans lesbian, but I don't call myself a lesbian because there's enough people out there who would take offence to me calling myself that it's easier not to bother. But I've never really experienced like gay panic type feelings. I've definitely experienced gender envy. That's another thing entirely. But yes, I can definitely see that. Rooney says, I did see the Witcher 4 trailer, but that was all I saw really since, it was quite late. The thing is, the sort of games I play are overwhelmingly indie games and, puzzle logic games, not AAA. So this sort of event is of limited interest to me because the games I'm going to be playing probably aren't announced at these events, or if they are, they don't get much publicity. Some of the games I've spent a lot of time on were just some random person making a game and putting it on Steam and selling maybe 100 copies of it. Harry says, I saw that the Half-Life subreddit were very excited a few days ago. It is rule number 1 of game development. Valve software cannot count to 3. They never have, and they never will. They made Counter-Strike, then they made Counter-Strike 1.6, and then they made Counter-Strike Source, and then they made Counter-Strike 2. Note how they avoided using the number 3, even though there were more than 2 versions of the game. They made Left 4 Dead, Left 4 Dead 2, and that's Left 4 Dead, like with a number 4. So they have literally used every number apart from 3. They made Half-Life, Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, Half-Life 2 Episode 2. They originally said the episodes were going to be a 3-part series. So there was going to be a Half-Life 2 Episode 3, which never happened. Never mind Half-Life 3. They made Portal and Portal 2, and then that was the end of the Portal franchise. When they did make a game in the Half-Life universe, they called it Half-Life Alyx. Even if another mainline Half-Life game is made, it will not be called Half-Life 3 because Valve Software are incapable of putting the number 3 in the title of a product they produce. That's the end of it. LT Bagger said, I thought about staying up, but didn't. I only really cared about the Borderlands 4 trailer. I've never played Borderlands, but I've heard some great things about it. So I can see why you would be excited for Borderlands 4. I hope that turns out to be a good game as well. Rooney, thank you so much for redeeming your flower of the day. Yes, exactly, Rooney. They could skip straight to Half-Life 2 Episode 4. Because they also released a thing called Half-Life Lost Coast, which was like a tech demo, built with the Half-Life 2 engine. So that was the third piece of episodic content released on top of Half-Life 2, but of course it doesn't have the number 3 in it, so it doesn't count. Rooney, enjoy your annual Mercury as your flower of the day. Kurjo says, I remember the Borderlands trailer, but I was so tired I can't remember anything about it other than I watched it. Okay, it probably wasn't that eye-catching then. The only reason I watched some of it was because Maya was streaming it, so I hopped in for half an hour before I went to bed. Yeah, Emma was asleep by that point, I think. But yeah, well, you've seen the sort of game I play. I play games like this, or games like Tetrobot and Concrete Jungle that nobody has ever heard of. And I enjoy them, so that's fine. Izzy the Penguin says, Izzy was very asleep. And LT Bago says, Borderlands is one of those games that was very fun to play and had some very fun characters, but the story was never really great. Yeah, I think, yeah, the times I've heard about it, I've heard about, oh, this character is fun, or this weapon is fun. Isn't it one of the Borderlands had like a gun that was sarcastic? And would like complain about your aim when you used it and stuff like that. Kurjo says Half-Life 2, come on Valve. They're profitable enough from Steam that they don't need to make games, and I don't know if this is still the case, but what they've said in the past, I think this was in relation to Team Fortress 2, which, by the way, is another game series they made where they didn't make a third one. That they basically let their employees work on what they wanted to work on. So unless there was a team motivated to work on Half-Life, there wouldn't be one. And why Team Fortress 2 has technically been supported for now 17 years. But very, very little has been done for much of that time, is because, yeah, they don't have a team working on that game, because that's not how they're structured. Bago says this is coming from somebody that loves Borderlands. Oh, that the story is not really that great. Yeah, I don't tend to play first-person shooters. I don't tend to play RPGs. I would only want to play an RPG if the story was good, of course, because that's sort of the point. The most story-focused thing I've ever played was Spiritfarer. But you never know, that might change in the future. But the future is not today. Today we are doing puzzles, so let's actually do some puzzles, shall we? So I think the game is like giving me an answer here for what I have to do. I think it's saying if you do this, that's a solution to your puzzle, and it's right. Of course, the next question is, why is that a solution? So the symbol is a horizontal black bar, and the solution is a pentomino, a Z pentomino, which is I mean, it's rotationally symmetric. Is that a thing that I care about? Let's see. Okay, so this is now telling me that that's the solution. Which is interesting because it's exactly the same clue type on exactly the same shape board. And this is not rotationally symmetric, although it has reflectional symmetry along one axis. So maybe it's not about symmetry. Okay, this is also telling me to draw a... Oh, wait, no. Hang on. I see what it's doing. The symbol has moved. The symbol is now in one of the points of the T instead of the center. So if I draw it like that, okay. So that's interesting because now that is a valid solution. And this isn't, even though that was a solution before. So, okay, so the two halves of this board are not independent from each other then. The shape on the left does affect the shape on the right, so this negative space in the middle must have something to do with the solution as well. Okay. Right, and now that's forced to be off. So do I draw that? Yes. Right, and then there's... Okay, now you figure it out. I still don't really understand the rule. Easy says, looter shooters tend to be that way in general. Not much story, but Borderlands especially. And Tibago says yes. Many very silly guns, like the one that screams at you when you fire, voiced by the multi-award-winning Ashley Burch. Yeah, I think that's the aspect of the game that I've heard about in the past. Ren says, I think I went counterclockwise and wound up in this area first. Yes, I also wound up in this area first, but I didn't see this little bit in the corner. So all I saw was this, and I couldn't figure out how to solve this puzzle. So I gave up and went to a different area, and then I've come back to this area last. And I've now solved these four, I guess, sort of tutorial puzzles. And I still don't know what the answer is for how these puzzles work. This was just mirroring the shape on the left. So was this. And so was this. That was inverting the shape on the left. Now we've got this, but the problem with this is the two... First of all, it's not 6 by 3, so you can't split it neatly in half. And the two lines are not level with each other. Every puzzle we've had so far, the lines have both been in the middle. Now there's a line on the top. So if I just hit space, it's not going to be happy with that. If I do that, okay. So what I did here was I just made this area and this area the same shape. Is it just about, like, it's not that the line itself indicates anything in isolation, it's that if there are two lines, then they both have to, the area that those lines are within has to be the same shape. So it doesn't have to be the same colour. It could be inverted like this, but it's the same shape. So if, yeah, here, for example, we've got a T shape, so I would make a T shape. Okay, I'm starting to think that's the rule. And then I guess the one that I found up the top, which had horizontal bars of different colours, maybe the rule for those is the ones of the same colour have to be the same shape, but then the ones of the other colour can be different shapes. Okay, well, we can try that when we get to it. Kojo says that they are now in possession of 2 baked potatoes and cheese. Nom nom nom. Kojo, enjoy your dinner. or lunch or breakfast or midnight snack. I don't discriminate based on time zones. And also, you're making me hungry. And I don't have any baked potatoes. I do have some cheese. As those who are on my Discord will know, I didn't actually buy it as replacement roofing tiles. I did buy it as food. Ren says, I'm playing with a gamepad, and I see some advantage to you using the mouse to input strokes. Yeah, I would say if you have the choice, this game is probably best played with a mouse and keyboard. But then I would be biased as a lifelong mouse and keyboard gamer. I still think, yeah, because I've seen Ophelia play Dwarf with a controller, and I just think, oh, this is just easier with a mouse and keyboard. So, but that's, you know, that's not necessarily the case for everyone. That's my own bias showing. But I think in this case, because you can like draw with one mouse click, it probably is easier. Kurju says it's definitely dinner. Well, enjoy your dinner then. And yes, thank you, Rooney, for sharing the potato emotes. Those are Kolo's emotes, I believe. Eltibago says, Emma, what are you talking about? You have a whole house made of cheese. Yeah, Kurjo, you weren't here when this happened. So I did a botany segment where I was showing a map of North Somerset, because that's what I do, because that's where I live. And an American viewer noticed there was a place called Cheddar and couldn't believe there was a place named after cheese. I was very intrigued to discover that that is in fact where cheddar cheese comes from, and they do make cheese there. But somehow that turned into Emma's house is made out of cheese, despite the fact that Emma doesn't live in Cheddar. Emma doesn't even live particularly close to Cheddar, as Harry can confirm, because we had to drive there, and it took like half an hour. And even if I did, they don't actually make their houses out of cheese. But now the entire of Emma's Twitch community has latched onto this idea that Emma's house is made of cheese. Including Harry, who has physically been in my house. Ren says the witness is pretty awful with a gamepad. Yeah, I can imagine. You do kind of need some fairly precise mouse movements to solve witness puzzles reliably. So I can understand that. Izzy says Danny had sweet potato and cheese earlier, so not far off what Kurjo had. Okay. Everybody continuing to make themselves hungry, to make me feel hungry rather, maybe make themselves hungry as well, I don't know. Kurjo says, I'd gorge myself on sweet potato and cheddar. Thank you, Kurjo. You are not the first person to make that pun. You're not even the first person in my streams to make that pun. But congratulations anyway. Altibigo says, sweet potats are so good. They are. And we're not just talking about Kolo, who of course is sweetest potat. Harry says, I am still being sustained from the building materials of Emma's home I stole. Harry, did you steal things from my house? Well, you're not getting invited back. I don't know. Ibango, you're allowed to come, but only on the condition that you don't take anything. Cheese or otherwise. Okay, I think we understand the gimmick of this area now. Oh, interesting. Does that work? No, that doesn't work. And I know why it doesn't work, because these connect, and now these are both the same shape. they're both in the same shape. So this is not the same shape as this because they're both that. Oh, so we invert it. I think, like that. Yes. Tibago says, you're safe. I don't enjoy blocks of cheese. Don't tell that most. I won't tell that most. Ratmost, if you're lurking, I know nothing. Okay, so I'd like to do that, but that doesn't work because that's going to be the same. So I'd like to do that, but that doesn't work because it just added to that shape. Oh, but we can also add to that shape. Right, okay, we're finally making progress in this area. So that's just going to be that. That's that. And wait, what? Okay, but the left and right shapes are different now because the horizontal bar is in different positions. So maybe the position of the bar doesn't matter. Didn't we have a level where it did matter? Yeah, except for the fact that we had a level where it did matter. Okay, so the position of the bar, maybe the position of the bar doesn't matter if it's symmetric. Like, you can rotate this to get you could get a shape with the bar in that position. I mean, it would be vertical, but never mind that. Whereas the T piece, there was a T piece, so if you no matter how much you rotate this piece is never going to be on the middle. So maybe this is acceptable? No. Okay. So what do we do then? Oh, do we have to modify these? Okay, we do have to modify those to match. Okay, so it does have to be the same, even including rotations. Good to know. Right, now, so I was wandering around all this area before, but of course it was all locked, and I couldn't see how to unlock it. This we need 3 pieces the same shape, but they have to be centered on these different squares. Wouldn't that work? Okay, that would work. Okay, that seems a bit easy. Like, just put one cell on each shape. Yeah, so I expect most of the puzzles to look like this. Where you can't just put one cell on each shape because that ruins the pattern. You've got to do something a bit more creative than that, like that. Yes. Interesting how this area appears to be a Tetris piece factory. We have a stack of rusting Tetris pieces here. We have a Tetris piece mold. And we have... Yeah, this looks like it's designed to pour molten metal into Tetris piece molds. I mean, the Witness also had a lot of questionable looking industrial equipment, so maybe it's going for the same vibe. Who knows? Okay, so blue has to be a Tetris T-shaped Tetris piece because everything here is forced. It can't be a lit one because then it would merge with that, so it has to be off. So these cells are forced. And this has to be an L shape, so we do that. This has to be that shape. This has to be that shape. Okay, that's kind of just giving his answer. I think this is just an explanation of how multiple colours interact. But I think we figured that out already. Each colour can be its own shape, and then all bars of that colour have to match the same shape. So black one has to be that shape, but there are no other black ones. So presumably it's just that. Oh, no, it isn't just that. Never mind, the rule is not what I thought it was because... what is this black one trying to match with? Because there are no other horizontal black bars on screen. Also, it's already the same shape as the blue bar, so it's not that it has to match with blue. And I can't change the shape that the black one is because it's all forced. What if I change the shape of the blue? Oh, that works. Okay, so is the rule that each different color of bar needs to be a unique shape, and all of the bars of that color have to be that shape? Maybe. Right, yeah, I think this is going to sort of teach us that, because, yeah, we've got 4 identical bars, we need to make them all different, so it would be like, let's do something like this to make them all different. Yeah, okay, that's the rule. So, black needs to be something like that. Oh, but then white and yellow have to be different, so do that. Okay, black has to be like that. Now then, are white and yellow already different because the bar is in a different place? These weren't considered the same when it was checking for if they're the same. So it's considered different. Okay, that's good to know. Black needs to be... Oh, black needs to be a T shape. But it can't be a T shape, because it would look like that. Oh, well, actually, it can be a T shape because it'd be that. Okay, yeah, so black is this 7-cell area here with the bar in the middle. Purple is the same shape, but the bar is in a different place. So the shape relative to the bar is different, so that counts as a different shape. But now the green and white are the same, so we just need to make them different. Okay. Wait, did that even unlock anything, or was that in a whole thing a colossal waste of time? That doesn't seem to have unlocked anything. Oh, wait, never mind. The progression is up here. Now that we have solved this, what the rule is, we can solve this and unlock the next area. Okay. We could have started here if only we knew the rule. So that needs to be the same as that. And then the middle thing needs to be different. This is not a valid solution because the 2 yellow things are not the same. We could say yellow thing has to be domino, but the problem with that is that black thing is now also domino. So what if instead we say that yellow thing is that shape and black is that shape? Yes. Brain unlocked, says Ren. Yeah, my brain has been doing a bit of unlocking today. Including in an area I thought I'd already solved, and then I hadn't. Okay. Whatever shape yellow is, it can't have the cell immediately below it. So the black has to be a different shape to the yellow, but we knew that already, I guess. I don't think you can ever have 2 bars in the same shape, because then they're not the same shape. So, with that in mind, we probably want to have these be like opposite colours. So this works nicely, apart from the fact that the 2 are the same shape. We don't want. Can I make the yellow bars be... No, I can't. Okay. This almost works. This shape and this shape, the yellow bar's in the same place, and this shape and this shape, the black bar's in the same place. It's just that this ruins the pattern. And if I extend that, like I can't go down. So if I want this to be anything other than a single cell, I have to put one here. And then that means I have to put one there and one there. And then we're back to the domino solution that we already know it doesn't work. If I want this to be always a single cell, then I'm stuck with this, where the black is also a single cell, but that doesn't work. So this has to be something that isn't a single cell and isn't a domino. So at the very least it has to come here. Oh, this. There we go. I was almost right with the S pieces that I did before, but I had them backwards. That opened this door. And, oh dear, unlocks another 7 puzzles. Before we unlock anything else. So we have a new clue type. We have a horizontal black bar. Yeah, you can tell I'm tired, can't you? We have a diagonal black bar instead of horizontal black bar. This maybe is a bit easier than it should be because I've played The Witness. And I know what happens in The Witness if you turn a clue diagonally. I think it means you can rotate the shape. So this would be a valid solution. Okay, yeah, I think what this means is they have to be the same shape but rotated. Having said that, what does it mean if there's one of each? Like, this one can't be rotated, but if this, like... This could be anything, and then this would be the rotation of that one, so that wouldn't be rotated. Can I... Yeah, can I just solve this with any orientation? Okay, I can. So, yeah, we're just... Okay, well, we'll call this one the correct orientation and say the other one is rotated. Okay, that's a bit of an interesting edge case. That's just a rotation of that. Right. Can the same orientation count as a rotation? Yes, it can. Good to know. Wait, no, that's not the middle of the thing. That's not a... That's not a rotation, Emma, you idiot. Kurjo says, thanks for keeping me company during dinner. Time for me to go and get dishes done. Have fun, everyone, and hope we find out what the lines mean. I think we are in the process of finding out what the lines mean. We've certainly found out what some of the lines mean, but not necessarily what all the lines mean. Thank you once again, Kurjo, for joining us this evening. Okay, I don't think it's possible to rotate this. Well, if you rotated the shape, it would look like that, but then this would be in a different place. So I think we need to go back to inverting the color. Yes, so a rotation in the different color still counts. Ooh, okay. So we have a mixture of not rotate and rotate. This is a not rotate, so surely it has to be that. Otherwise it doesn't work. Okay, yeah, that satisfies. The tutorial puzzles, it blinks in red if a clue doesn't work, so I can see that this clue is working. These can be rotated T pieces, but this is no good because it crashes into that. Oh, do we invert that and then that? Make... Oh. This is almost right, except I've got to put one there, which breaks that then. Okay. What do we do here? Can't make this anything other than T-shaped because these two are forced to be off, and this has to be the same shape as this. So I can't extend this shape to the right at all, because I wouldn't be able to extend that shape to the right to match it. So the shape we're going for is definitely T-shape. So the only possible arrangements of these are either there's a T-shape there and a T-shape there, but then these cells can't be filled correctly, or specifically that cell can't be. Or it's that shape. Oh, that shape works. You have to do that. There we go. Oh, that moved the bridge. Okay. Didn't unlock any more puzzles. It just moved a bridge. So yeah, we were up here before. We were on the other side of this and we couldn't get across. The bridge wasn't open. Oh, now we get to mess with whatever this is. Oh, is this going to be some sort of dynamic bridge making thing? A bit like the other area. Oh, that's cool. So each of these has a diagonal line on it. And then when you step on one of these four, that area turns into a puzzle, including the blocks from the other tiles that extend into that area, which is interesting. But yeah, there's no there's only one line of each colour, so there's no shapes that it has to match. So everything is already a solution. I assume I have to build some sort of bridge. But can't I just do that and then it's still a solution? Oh, it's not. Wait, how is this okay and this not okay? Like, there's nothing to reference this shape against to say that it is or isn't a solution, surely. Unless it just specifically has to match the physical shape. Verdsky. Hello, Verdsky. 13 months. Verdsky, I can't believe it's that long. Thank you so much for your continued support. We handed out a new VIP badge today, Verdsky, to Liari, and I was just saying how the biggest honour of all is the precious founder badges, of which there are very few. I think Tibago has one, you have one, and Ophelia has one. I think those are the only people who have found badges who still come to my stream. So you are part of a very exclusive group. Verdsky, thank you for redeeming your flower of the day, which is a wood anemone. Wood anemone is a lovely white flower that grows in the spring. Maybe by March next year I'll have some wood anemone photos to share with you. Let me do a quick shout out to Verdsky. Not sure if Liari is still lurking, but Liari, our new recipient of a VIP badge, knows Verdsky because he is also a crossword streamer. Verdsky starts all her streams off with a crossword. It's always a load of fun. It's not like a cryptic crossword like us British people would do, so it's quite accessible for anyone to join in and start solving the clues. They have a little rave at the end, which is not something you get on crossword streams normally. And then she does some gameplay after the crossword, but I've usually fallen asleep by then because it is based in Canada and time zones like to get in the way. It's always so fun to watch and really kind and sweet. as I will demonstrate here. She's saying, "Thanks for being you, Emma," which is a very sweet thing to say, Verdsky. And she gave me this. Can't see it because I've only got the face cam on. This card with Canadian wildflowers on, given to me by Verdsky. I don't have many physical things from streamers. I have some stickers from Loon, who has streamed before, although she doesn't stream at the moment, so I don't know whether to call her a streamer. She's more an artist, and I have stickers from her because she's an artist. So Verdsky, I believe, is the only streamer that I have a physical memento of, which is very, very special, and I will treasure it always. I have apparently made Verdsky blush. Well, I'm sorry about that. Verdsky, you're the one... you're the one who has a channel point redeemed for people to smooch you on stream. Like, can't complain about what I'm saying. Anyway, today, Verdsky, we're playing Taiji, which is a puzzle game. And it's definitely my sort of puzzle game, but I'm not really sure what to do here. Is the rule for, because these diagonal lines mean rotate the shapes, is the rule that the rotated shape has to match the physical shape? So would that be a valid solution? No. Oh, does it have to match the physical shape in the same position? Oh, and then the physical shape actually rotates. Okay, this is like Galaxy Brain Tetris we're playing here, except it's not even Tetris because the pieces have 5. Well, that one has 6. Most of them have 5. Okay, so I can rotate this piece is what the game is getting at then. Yeah, okay. Unfortunately, none of those rotations help me even slightly because some idiot has grown a tree through this walkway. So the only way I can make progress is if the shape touches this edge. So don't I have to put it not there, here? Like, this is the only position of it that lets me actually go anywhere. But even then, it doesn't let me go anywhere. So I guess I have to come up with some combination of these shapes that will actually enable me to go somewhere. So this shape is... Oops. This shape is that. Okay. That's sort of progress because it's touching the other shape. It's still not touching any exits. What can I do with this one? I can put this one like this, which looks promising, except there's still a gap. Can I move? Actually, can I move this one? Can you overlap the shapes? I should figure that out next. Okay, no, you can't overlap the shapes. These have got dotted lines around them, meaning they're forced to be off. Verdsky says, I just get a little shy. I can understand that, Verdsky. I know you don't always like using camera on your streams, so I know you can get a bit shy. I can relate. Verdsky says, yes, but it's a very friendly smooch. Oh, well, that's all right then. I have no complaints. Teabago says, smooching? Lewd. What's next? Hand holding? Now, Teabago, you're in no position to talk here. I know what you get up to. Well, maybe you don't get up to it. Maybe you just pretend. Verdsky says you'd hate Quebec. Many idiots have grown many trees directly into the walkways. I like to think it's slightly more organised. Like, I don't mind if there's a pavement that has a tree in it. It's more like this situation. And don't forget, in real life, I'm a botanist, so I would very much approve of people planting trees. It's only in video games that I apparently hate them. And will destroy them by a variety of methods. Including grenades in Factorio and toppling them over by sheer strength in Monsters Expedition. Birdsky says it can end up with these uncanny bottlenecks of foot traffic, which inevitably, when crossing each other coming at opposing directions, will only happen at the most narrow point where groups must collapse but refuse. I mean, to be honest, Birdsky, that just sounds to me like people in Quebec don't know how to walk. Rooney says, I'm off to lurk and eat and such. Rooney, thank you once again for the raid. Enjoy your lurk, enjoy your eat, enjoy your such. And I hope to see you again soon. Can I rotate this one? Is there space? That would be that, I think. Oh, no. Okay, yes I can. Okay, so they can overlap each other while they're rotating. It's just that they can't stay there. Okay, we almost have a bridge. I think actually if I rotate this one, we can have a bridge. Wait, no. Okay, we have a bridge from here to here, but we're not there. Oh, but we can be there though, can't we? It seems like this probably isn't the solution, because of how far out of our way we have to go. But we can actually get round there. I have been round there. You literally have to go round the entire map. So there might be a more direct solution that lets you get across, straight across. Wait, no, not that way. LT Bago says, I have no idea what Emma is talking about. Going on 7 years now, and I ain't had nothing twixt my nethers weren't run on batteries. Remarkable turn of phrase, T-Bago. Well, look, I can get across. As I say, there's probably a much easier way where you can just get directly across, but I decided to go that way round. Tivago, you seem a bit sus sometimes. All this talk of tentacles and clowns and such things. Verdsky says, I concur in regards to Quebecois, is that how you say it? People who live in Quebec not being able to walk. They do not, nor do they know, where to stand when conducting raucous conversation. At the bottom of an escalator? Bad. In front of the doors to shops? Terrible. And yet, Verdsky. Izzy picked up on the Firefly reference in Tibago's message, and so did Verdsky. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, I actually don't know if we need to be down here next or if we need to be here, but since we are here, hang on a minute. This isn't a horizontal bar puzzle. This is a diamond puzzle. Okay, well, we do know the rule for these. The rule for these is you have to pair up the diamonds with other diamonds of the same colour. So each region can only have 2 diamonds of the same colour. Can't have 1 or 3 or more. So the white and the green diamonds do have to be in the same region. So something like that is needed, except that now that diamond is very unhappy because it has no friends. This is a level about providing diamonds with friends. It's very nice. This is better, except now this diamond has too many friends, which is also bad. This needs to have just the 2 friends. And I can't turn off either of these. They're forced to be on. That's interesting. Maybe then we need the green and white diamonds to be off. See, this region here is now valid. The problem is these regions. Oh, but we just cut it in half. So, oh no, we have, that's 3. We don't cut it in half then. What do we do? We do that, yeah. So 2 there, 2 there, 2 there, and then this has 2 of each colour. What has that unlocked? Ooh, secret puzzles under the mountain. I feel like this is like a separate area to what I was just doing, because it looks like you have to know multiple puzzle types before you come in here. Let me just check if there's any more diamond puzzles out here. Ah, this might be the final diamond puzzle, because it has a torch. But I can't get onto this thing, so I need a way to make that work. What is this? Okay, no, these these are nothing to do with the diamonds. These are just bonus puzzles, I guess, that are around the back of the mountain. Fair enough. Well, we know the rules for all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Hopefully this is 10 and then we just win. No. Damn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, it's 11. Oh, we do that. Yeah, okay. Opens this. Okay, these are sort of related. So this is where it gets interesting, because it's combining 2 different clue types. So we need 4 cells in a region plus 2 regions of the same shape. So that. Okay, 2 more regions of the same shape, and then another 2, and they have to be a different shape. So different coloured horizontal bar has to be a different shape region. Don't think we want to put one of these on the region, do we? Actually, no, we have to, because otherwise it goes on the... Yeah, the orange bars have to be restricted to the row they're on, because if I extended this down, I wouldn't be able to mirror it here. And if I extend this up, I can't mirror it here. So these have to be on the row they're on, which means that these have to be in the same region. Actually, well, no, technically they don't. You did like this. But then this obviously can't be a 4. So yeah, they do have to be in the same region. But then I can't make it 4 because I'd have to have one here. And then if I do that to make it 4, then these touch. This is a hard one. Especially after this, which was really easy. It's interesting that this is the start of this. So you'd think maybe this would be the starting point for a solution. I don't think it is the starting point for a solution though. Because let's say you want to make 4 out of this. Obviously 1, 2, which implies that these are both on. Then where can you go? Bear in mind there's going to be 4. You can't go here because then they connect, or here. So you have to go here. And then you have to go here. So now we have 2 identical shapes of size 4, but this is not a size 3. And in any case, blocking this off breaks this clue. So it's not just, oh, you copy the solution from that puzzle. It can't be that because there isn't room to do that. It can't be that because there isn't room to do that. Everything is leading me back to this shape. And yeah, obviously if we include that, then this could now be a 7, but then I can't fit another size 7 in there. Am I reasoning this wrong? Is there some way that the 4 is not part of this? Like that, maybe? I mean, that's close. Just the 3 is wrong. And I can't do this because, yeah, they have to be distinct shapes. Yeah, this is very close. And then this works for everything. Yeah, this works for everything except the 4. And this works for everything except the 3. I don't see any way of combining those two regions. Oh, that's 5 now. Yeah, that's no good. That's no good for the yellows, is it? No. Okay, Emma is confused. Emma is confused. Confused is the state that Emma is in. There! We solved it somehow. This had to be a L shape. I feel like I tried every single possibility on that one. Okay, per previous reasoning, this can't be part of that. So let's start off with it just being 1 cell, and then we immediately fail because of the 4. If we extend this into here to make it that. Now this almost works, but this isn't 4 and this isn't 3. That's now a 4 and that's a 4. But these can't be the same then. What about... No, that breaks that. There's not a lot of options that don't break this. What about if this does match with a 4 and it comes down here? Oh, but then this purple and this are the same colour, so that has to be a 4. And then it all breaks horribly. Yeah, I don't like that. Can we have a... Oh, can we have a purple and... We have a purple and orange in the same tile. We can, can't we? Yeah, so this works for everything except the 3. We must be getting somewhere. Yeah, we are getting somewhere. There we go. Okay, I have to make squares out of everything. Oh, stupid game. Okay, you wouldn't have seen this because of my face cam. The solution to this puzzle is literally in the bushes next to me. Look at these bushes, right? And then look at the solution to this puzzle. Like, okay, ignore this column. The game was literally telling me the solution, but I didn't see it. Silly game. It's not the first time there's been an environmental hint to a puzzle, so I should have been on the lookout for that. Okay, now we have this series of puzzles. If we solve that, the reward is we get to solve an even bigger puzzle. Okay, that's just going to be that. Four. Oh no, that needs to be 4, not 2. This is close, except it's off by 1, so swap that. There we go. 4 and 4, that's... Oh no, it's at the top. Ah, okay. Well, if it's at the top and it's going to make an area of size 4, that's not going to work. Because let's say we extend that down, then that's now stuck, not able to go anywhere. So this must be a 1 and this must be a 1, and then we just need to make a 4 somehow. Like that. Okay, this is a 3 and this is a rotated 3. So, these can be rotations of each other. Like this would, no, not that. This or this would work. No, that wouldn't work actually because it's in the middle. Oh, interesting. Yeah, this is an edge, but this is a middle. So, what rotation would work? There doesn't seem to be one. Like, it can be 1 cell, or it could be 2 cells, and then it could be like this. But there is no 3-cell rotation that goes here, that also goes here. Because you have to start in the middle, go somewhere, and then turn, and you can't. So this can't be 3 cells, it can only be 1 or 2. And if it's 2, it can only be that or that. None of those things solve this, which is interesting. Is there, can you solve a rotation one of these with a single region that looks like itself when it's rotated? Is that a thing you can do? Is that even applicable here? Hello, Alhuno. Welcome in, best Alhuno. So good to see you. Sorry, I wasn't ignoring you. I was just trying to comprehend this puzzle. And then I need to think about this area. If this is an area, either this is an area of size 6, or it's 2 areas of size 3. The only way this can be a size 3 is that, which breaks that, or that, which forces this to be a 1, which then breaks this. This is close, but that's 5, not 6, and there's no way to add a 6th piece without everything breaking. Or that. Which still limits that to being 1. Oh, and also includes... Okay, so then you'd make a 6. I don't... How can you possibly have a 6 that works for this? Like, it would have to be one of those, and obviously neither of them works. Yeah, I don't get this puzzle. Well, this is not actually the progression for the area we're in, so maybe we should come back. Maybe we should keep trying to progress this area. Because I think we know how to solve these puzzles now. Yeah, we know how this works now. This looks tempting, except doesn't work even slightly. This works apart from this is the wrong way around. What if we said that these had to be one cell? Then what would we do? How would we make that work? I think the answer is we wouldn't. Yeah, there's no way this is the same ever. You can't have two of these in the same shape, so that limits what shape we can use for the yellows. If we say the yellows are all one cell, and then the black ones have to be something other than one cell. Oh yeah, then the black ones have to be something other than one cell. Oh, but it can be a 5. There we go. That's the only thing that works. Okay, black is a shape. That shape. And it has to rotate. So it has to look like that. And that rotates, so that. Oh, no, that's not that rotated, because, yeah. Oh, that. There we are. What the hell is this? Okay, they can't all just be one cell, so that's not a valid solution. But there's no restrictions on the black and yellow, other than that they're not the same shape as something else. Oh, but there they are the same shape as something else. So that. Oh, sorry, that. Why doesn't that work? Oh, the black is still the same shape as the blue, isn't it? Emma, how do you do this?
Green vein orchid, and Acanthus morio.
Thank you, LT Bago, for doing those redeems. Sorry, I'm shrimping today. I'm not staying in good posture at all. Thank you for redeeming Drinkwater Stretch and also Green Winged Orchid. Can't remember if we've done that one before. We've done a lot of orchids, certainly. Green Winged Orchid is one of the less rare ones, so I know something about it. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your flower. Do I try to solve this puzzle and then do the redeems, or do I just give up? About that. There we go. Okay. So the yellow and the blue are both 3 tiles, but because the yellow line is positioned in a different place than the blue line, it counts as a different shape, and then the black line is 1 tile. There we go. Yeah, let's do the redeems now. So if you've been watching for 2 hours now, would be a good time to do some stretches. Take a sip of water. Been sat in the same place. Thank you, Tibago, for reminding me. I'll be taking a quick break. I won't be going off stream or anything. I will still be here. We would be doing some botany instead of getting stuck on puzzles. Here's my chair that's making that noise, by the way. It's not my back, I promise. Okay. Enough stretching. LT Bago says, I don't think I've done this one. I really need to make a list. It's fine. I mean, no one's going to remember. Not even me, if we've done one before. Let me get the books. Emma's hair is just... There's either not enough of it or too much of it. There's never just the right amount of Emma hair. Green-winged orchid. This is one of the native orchids that grows in North Somerset, so I have seen it before. Get the picture of it up so you can see what we're dealing with. So at first glance it will look very similar to other common orchids such as common spotted and early purple. If I trying to find a picture that when people photograph orchids, they always photograph the flowers because they are spectacular, and they don't photograph the leaves because the leaves are kind of boring. Sometimes we care about what the leaves look like. So common spotted orchid, the spotted refers to the leaves. The leaves are very spotty. Green-winged orchid sort of has spots on the leaves, but they're much fainter. Trying to find... yeah, here we go. Okay, this is a stock photo full of watermarks, but you get the point. And then I also want a early purple. So, you might look at these plants and think, how on earth can we tell those apart? And it can be difficult, even if you're a botanist. So the one on the left is a green-winged orchid. The one in the middle is common spotted, and the one on the right is early purple. You'll see that the common spotted has very spotty leaves. Now, the spottedness of the leaves does vary. You can see that the green-winged does have some spots on the leaves. And although the early purple here doesn't have these spots, it can also have spots. So it's not a definitive test. But looking at the leaves can be helpful, and it's easy to get distracted by the big pretty flower. Common spotted tends to have very spotty leaves. You can also tell by what time of year it is when you're looking at them, or what season it is. I mean, climate change tends to mess with exactly what times of year things are out. But relative to each other, it should still more or less work. Early purple, as the name suggests, flowers earlier than most orchids. So if you are out in like April you see an orchid that looks a bit like this, it's almost certainly going to be an early purple. And then the flowers are different. You do have to look very closely, more closely than the resolution of these pictures is really going to allow. But if I zoom in on flowers here, you'll see that there is very much a difference, both in the detail of the flower and the general shape of the leaf of the flower spike. However, you have to factor in that orchids are very variable. I deliberately chose a common spotted orchid here that looked quite similar to the green-winged. But just to give you an idea, this is also a wild common spotted orchid, and it's a completely different colour. You can see how the flowers are the same sort of shape and pattern, and the spike is the same sort of shape, but the colour is completely different. So you have to know all of these different factors and kind of piece them together to say, well, what is it most likely to be based on this information? You know, we can't say for certain it's this, but we can rule out it being anything else that it plausibly could be. And then, of course, you have to factor in the possibility of hybrids. So a lot of orchids really, really like to hybridize. There are thousands of species of orchids, and they're constantly trying to create more. So it's very common to see hybrids of the more common native orchids. The rare ones hybridize as well, but because they're rare, you won't see that as often. So you might get a hybrid of common spotted with early purple, and then they would display intermediate characteristics of both, which would make things really difficult. You can usually spot hybrids. There's a thing called hybrid vigor, which is that hybrids tend to be a lot bigger, more robust than non-hybrids. And you get these things called hybrid swarms, where you have the two parents of different species producing a hybrid, and then that hybrid reproduces with one of the parents to make 3/4, 1/4, and then you end up with a whole patch of flowers, all of slightly different proportions of hybridization. And so if you come across this whole patch of plants all displaying very slightly different characteristics on a spectrum from one extreme to the other, then you can be pretty sure of what's going on. LT Bago says, can Emma guess why I picked this one? Right, let's go back to just the one that Tibago requested, which was this one. Ignore the other ones. Zoom back out. I would quite like to see the leaves again. There we go. Can I guess why you picked it? Well, let's see. Does it grow where you live? Not really. So it's not that. It does grow in North Wales though, so you might have seen it before. Yeah, I don't know why you chose this one, Debago, other than you seem to have been choosing a lot of orchids recently. Let's read what the book has to say about it. A tuberous perennial herb occurring on damp to fairly dry and base-rich to mildly acidic soils. It is most frequent in hay meadows and pastures, but it also grows on sand dunes, heathlands and roadsides, and in quarries, sand and gravel pits, churchyards and lawns. In both Scotland and Northern Ireland, it is confined to only one small area. This species declined steadily throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, primarily due to ploughing and improvement of grasslands. A good indicator of unimproved grassland, and often associated with ancient ridge and furrow systems, it is often present in only small numbers in areas where it was once common, especially in northern and central England. It is sensitive to use of both herbicides and fertilizers, and intolerant of competition from coarse grasses. This orchid now fares best in meadows that are actively managed to ensure its ongoing success. Beneath its general decline appear to be retreats southward and towards coastlines. So, nothing new that a plant is threatened by habitat loss, of course, but orchids, and this goes for all orchids, not just green-winged, orchids are particularly sensitive to disturbance of their habitat, especially artificial herbicides, fertilizers, pesticides, any sort of chemicals which are now ubiquitous in farming, will completely destroy any orchid habitat. There are a few traditionally managed wildflower meadows left in the UK, but only a very few. We've lost like 98% of what we once had, which is a real tragedy. And orchids are not the only thing affected by that, but they are one of the most visible impacts of that is the loss of orchids. The retreat towards coastlines is probably a side effect of the fact that it will grow on sand dunes and heathlands, which tend to be coastal, at least in the south. And you can't farm a sand dune, so there's generally not reason to put fertilizers or pesticides on one, which gives the orchids a place where they can still grow. Yes, the Scottish range is very, very small. It's just one patch in western Scotland, but I'm sure once upon a time that patch was connected to its distribution in England. El Tibago says Morio, which is the second part of the plant's name, is Latin for clown. Okay. It doesn't look much like a clown. In fact, it looks very much like most of the other orchids we've been looking at. So, not sure where that name comes from. Maybe Tibago can figure it out. So yeah, you would probably see this if you visited anywhere in England and Wales, certainly. If you visited a nature reserve that had a wildflower meadow that was actually native plants still, not. There are some places where there have been attempts to recreate wildflower meadows by trying to go back to traditional methods, but if the species loss has already occurred, it's not going to come. The species aren't going to come back on their own. So then it has to be replanted with the right species, and you can argue whether it's native then, but also the planting often isn't done with the correct distribution of species. Like people buy commercial wildflower seed mixes and then sow meadows with those. But the commercial mixes tend to include things like cornflower, which isn't even a meadow plant. It's an arable weed, and poppy as well. They're included because they're brightly coloured. But yeah, there's plenty of brightly coloured. I mean, this is brightly coloured. There's plenty of brightly coloured native meadow plants. So yeah, if you see something labelled as a wildflower meadow in a nature reserve and it's filled with oxeye daisy, poppy, and cornflower, it's not a wildflower meadow. It's a field that someone's sown with a commercial seed mix. Okay, Tibago says it's called clown because the flower has stripes and spots. So he's linked a close-up of the flower, which is, thank you for doing that. That was the next thing I was going to do, was look for a close-up of the flower. I can see that it does indeed have stripes and spots, although I think a lot of orchid flowers have stripes and spots. It still doesn't really look like a clown. I mean, given how much a bee orchid looks like a bee, I was expecting a clown orchid to have like a red nose and a rainbow wig on it or something. But, you know, you can't win with them all. Yeah, but if anyone's not sure what I'm talking about, by the way, here is the bee orchid. That is not an insect on it, that is the flower. And you'll see it looks very, very much like an insect has landed on that flower. This does not look much like a clown, but whatever. I mean, it's not the Latin name, anyway. It's only the Latin name, as I say. The common name is green-winged orchid. Generally, if something doesn't get used as the common name, then it's probably not that convincing of a resemblance. Anyway, that is green-winged orchid. Thank you so much, Tibago, for requesting that. I will put books back now. Hello, Alex, best Alex, so good to see you. Thank you for redeeming your own flower of the day, which was a woolly thistle, and please enjoy our redeemer of the day, which is a green-winged orchid. Whilst I put the books back, we will then return to Taiji, which we were just playing. Alex, I hope you are well. We just figured out this surprisingly confusing puzzle for how simple it is. It's only a 1x7 grid. And okay, it's another of these. So each of these has a different coloured bar, meaning it needs to be a different shape, but with the added complexity of us needing to create different shapes for these ones as well. Well, that works for that. But then the blue and the yellow are the same. We could do that, but now the blacks are different. We could do that. There we go. Okay. Yellow needs to be that sort of shape, but it can be rotated. So what if we do rotate it? We then have a green that looks like that. Or that. Can we then make a black shape which is the same both sides? Not quite. Now the black shape is the same, but the green shape is very much not the same. So I think the issue is just going to be figuring out how to get the two black shapes to match. Obviously here the two black shapes match, but the green shape is nowhere near. Could then do that. It mirrors an ominous shadow approaching. I guess it's just a cloud. See, we can make that shape out of the green one. Can we make that shape out of the green one here? No, not really. We can make that shape out of the green one. But then that's no good. Because the black one would need that to be filled in, which it can't be filled in because it's forced to be off. I think we were right when we did that, but that means we've got to have these be the same somehow. It's not. What am I missing here? I don't think this can be on. Can it? No, because the yellow. So the yellow. There's a few things we can do with the yellow. This would work for the yellow. But now, because it's rotations, the black and the yellow are actually the same shape. They share with each other. They actually become the same shape, which is a problem. I'm still going back to this. Thinking, can we somehow... Oh, that's not even the same shape. It would be that shape. Can we somehow get the two black pieces to have the same shape from here? Yeah, I'm just not. I was hoping the solution might pop out at me, but it doesn't seem to be. Like, whatever shape we put here has to be rotationally symmetric so that the two black remain the same. This shape we want is rotationally symmetric. But it needs to be like a 3x3 shape. It needs to be 3 blocks tall to stop the black ones touching. Oh wait, no, hang on. This is... It's saying this is allowed. That was unexpected. Yeah, it's saying this is allowed, I think, because the black ones... I think because the black ones aren't the same shape, but if you rotate the black thing 180 degrees, if you rotate that shape it's made 180 degrees, then they swap places, so I guess that counts. Okay, I actually didn't pick that up from the previous rules. I only know it's right because when I hit space here, it doesn't flash the black ones red. That changes everything. Because now we could do the same thing with the yellows. See, this is valid for the yellows as well. So we almost have a valid solution for the blue as well, because then we can do that, except it doesn't work because... Yeah, I wonder if this is actually the answer then. But we can't use that square. And this looks promising because now the two halves are symmetric, but it needs to be rotationally symmetric. This is a reflection. That works, but it doesn't work for the blue. I don't know, I keep feeling like I'm almost there and then I don't get there. So I'm not almost there at all. Let's start by thinking about how the black one has to look. I think the black one needs to be not highlighted, because if this is highlighted, unless it's something like that, but then it can't possibly match with it. Yeah, so I think the black one can't be highlighted. So it needs to have at least those tiles. Can I make a... If I do that, can I make a piece of that shape in here? That's not right, is it? Because that's backwards. Oh, is that it? Oh, it's that. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that took a while. And as a reward, we get to solve 8 more of those. Lovely. Okay. So that and that are allowed. Because they're rotations to each other. Those are allowed. Oh, that's forced on. That? Oh, no, not that. Wait, hang on then. Oh, this is, yeah, no, this is going to start teaching you about, yeah, the fact that this shape is allowed even though they connect because you can rotate them. Hello, Best Lana. So good to see you. Lana, I hope you are doing okay. I've really been enjoying your playthrough of Half-Life Black Mesa, Lana. Thank you so much for resubscribing. I guess today is the sub renewal day. It looks like because a few people have renewed their subs today. Lana, congratulations on 9 months. Thank you for your continued support. It is so awesome of you and everyone else to support me in this way. Enjoy your new sub badge. You're on the dark blue sub badge now, the 9-month one, which is a Jomanda Speedwell if you're interested. Harry has the hairbell now. We got a Twitch baby now. Yeah, well, I don't get pregnant with my viewers. Okay, let's not go down that road. Nana says, and thank you, Black Mesa is quite fun. I'm curious. You might have mentioned this when you started your playthrough, Lana. Have you played the original Half-Life? Or is Black Mesa the first time you're... Because Black Mesa is basically an HD remake of the original Half-Life. Some things are changed up a bit, but the storyline and the general layout of the levels is the same. It is the first time I'm playing it. Oh, that's very cool then. Yeah, so it's interesting to have somebody in 2024 going into that game for the first time. Because, I mean, I played Half-Life back in, 1999 or something like that, when it was fairly new. So when I was playing Black Mesa, I think the majority of people, certainly people my age who've played Black Mesa, experienced it as a graphical remake of the original Half-Life rather than a new game in and of itself. So it's very interesting to see how you feel about it. Tibango says Half-Life is one of those games that most people play. Yes, definitely. Well, most PC gamers of that era. And we have to remember that that era is now before a lot of streamers were even born. But yes, in that era, it was one of the most played PC games. Lana says, I chose Black Mesa as my computer doesn't really like old games, so I thought with Black Mesa I'll have less issues. I mean, I think it's more enjoyable for viewers as well to watch a game with more up-to-date graphics and still get the same basic storyline. I will say that you probably won't have any issues with running Half-Life on a modern PC. If you buy it through Steam, I mean, if you're trying to run an original CD copy from 1998, I don't know, but Valve is generally pretty good at keeping its old games running on newer hardware. They've even put out patches for games that are, 15 years old, 20 years old. Bago says there's the Orange Box on console too. Orange Box was Half-Life 2 though, wasn't it? Orange Box wasn't the original Half-Life. Half-Life 2 is slightly more modern looking graphically, although we're talking 20 years ago now that it came out. I feel like the jump in graphics between like 98 and 04 was a lot bigger than the 6-year jumps you've had since. Ren says that they are old. Ren, we're all old here. The Gen Z and Gen Alpha are all off playing Fortnite and watching streamers whose hair isn't falling out. They don't have time for us. Izzy says Orange Box was Half-Life 2, the episodes Portal and TF2. Yes, and of those games, Orange Box almost certainly one of the best video game releases of all time. Of those games, I actually played Team Fortress 2 the most, but I have played all the games in the Orange Box. Izzy says Half-Life 2 was on the original Xbox and it was a miracle they made it work on that thing. Yes, the original Xbox was decent for the time, but yeah, we are talking about a very demanding game relative to what the hardware on the original Xbox offered. This was what, PS2 equivalent, I think. I'm remembering my console generations correctly. So, yeah. Half-Life was on PS2. Yeah. The trick is to play puzzle games and, in many cases, play puzzle games 5 to 10 years after their release, because I've never had to even vaguely worry about system requirements for my streams, and I realise I have a fancy new PC now, but even with my old one, I've had games lag, but I think that was not that was another issue. It wasn't that the PC couldn't handle it. So yeah, play old games and you won't have these problems. Lana said, what are your specs now? That's true, actually. I don't think I've posted my specs anywhere. I did post a photo in my Discord at one point. Mostly just to show off the fact it had RGB lighting in it. But I never actually posted the specs. I'll put them in my Discord. Actually, did I post this? I might have put the specs in the Discord on the original post. But yeah, I'll share them again. Ren says your PC now meets the RGB requirements for streaming too. Brute says RGB makes life better. T-Bago was telling me the same thing. Everybody is saying, oh, right, yeah, if you have RGB lighting, you're a proper gamer. Meanwhile, the PC is under the desk, and I can't even really see the RGB lighting unless I actually look down there. I mean, okay, my room does have RGB lighting as well. I realise that is a thing, but I'm sure the gamer ability is based on the lighting within the PC, not the lighting of the room you're sitting in. I think that's you're a pro streamer if you have RGB lighting in the background. You're a pro gamer if you have RGB lighting on your PC. I think that's the difference. And also hi Brute Force. Yes, welcome in. Brute Force says hi all super quick hello. And Shibago says I got the special edition Half-Life 2 on release, but my EPC didn't really enjoy it. Ah yes, that's going back a bit. Yeah, for its time it was quite demanding. I didn't play Half-Life 2 till 2008, and it came out 2004. The laptop I had in 2008. In 2008 I was at university and I just had a laptop. It wasn't a gaming laptop or anything, it was just a normal laptop. But by then it could handle Half-Life 2 and Portal. Izzy says, I played Half-Life 2 for the first time at a friend's house because I didn't have a good enough internet connection for Steam to work. See, the younger generation, Lana, they will never know our pain. That first time we used the internet and we had to connect through dial-up, and it went beep 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 screech on the modem, and then you got 56 kilobits. But well, actually, no, the first time I used the internet wasn't even 56 kilobits yet. It was 28 kilobits per second. But then the only things you could download on the internet were some pictures anyway. There wasn't any. Nobody put videos on the internet. Nobody put AAA computer games on the internet because nobody would ever successfully download one. It was a very different time. Izzy says my PC has RGB, but it's all turned off. Yes, I did consider just turning it off because I don't want it to be distracting. But it's not too bad. I've got everything set to a nice tasteful purple, and that's nice. It was barely any more expensive to have the RGB than not have the RGB, and I thought since I'm a streamer now, and since I'm buying a PC that I'm planned to last for several years, I might as well get it. Ren says Emma is pro gamer and pro streamer. Yeah, in the most technical sense of the word pro, in that I do earn money, a very small amount of money from streaming, then yes. But not nearly enough for it to actually be my primary source of income. I think of myself as a professional software developer, not a professional streamer. And I'm definitely not a pro gamer. My Dwarf speedrun world record is not enough to get me into any esports leagues, I'm afraid. I haven't even really played the sort of games that you would play in esports. I did play the StarCraft 2 campaign when that came out. But I never played it competitively. What else is an esport that I might have played? Like, I've never played like Counter-Strike or Rocket League or anything like that. I'm very much the opposite. If you look at what typical pro gamer would be like, I'm very much the opposite of it. Izzy has me beat on internet. Yeah, I'm old enough to remember internet speed slower than 28 kilobits, but I just never personally got to use one. My parents didn't have internet in their house in those days, and the school I went to didn't have internet, so where was I going to use it? I think I was like about 10 years old, I think, before I ever used an internet connection. Which sounds crazy to say nowadays, I'm sure. 10 out of 10 dial-up impression. Izzy says at the time Half-Life 2 came out, we had a 56k modem and synced at about 44 because our line sucked. Yeah, our line sucked too. We never got above 48, even on the 56k modem. And living in rural Somerset as well, we were always the last to get upgrades when they came. We were one of the last areas in Somerset to get broadband. We were one of the last to get the higher speed broadband, and then we were one of the last to get the even higher speed broadband. And then we were one of the last to get the fibre rollout. It was only a couple of years ago we got that. Which, to put things in perspective, the broadband I had before I got fibre last year, and I got fibre last year so I could stream. The broadband I had up until the middle of last year was not good enough to stream on, even though it was billed as high speed, blah blah blah. The speed I was getting up until the middle of last year is slower than what I was getting when I lived in York when I was at uni. And obviously the halls of residence is going to be fast because universities are connected to the internet backbone. But when I lived in a house I was house sharing with other students, we had faster internet then, and that was 2008. So I had faster internet in 2008 than I did in 2023, and that was just because of urban versus rural. Okay, sorry, I'm not playing enough Taiji. I mean, we were going to go to another stream for this anyway, but yeah, I should try and at least finish this area today. Let me quickly skim through chat. Ren says, where does a pro botanist put their RGBs? And Brute Force says, in their bulbs. I don't think Ren did Ren intend it as a joke, or did Brute just make it into a joke? But thank you for the botany pun. Regardless, I appreciate it. Hottie Bagger says, I think chrysanthemums are the most RGB of the UK plants. Yeah, flowers tend to pick one colour and stick with it. So you don't tend to get RGB effects with plants outside of carefully planned planting arrangements. And even then, certain colours are much more common than others. Flowers are basically blue, white, yellow, red, or pink. You don't get black flowers, really. You don't get green flowers that actually look like flowers, as opposed to just extension of the leaf. Izzy says, we still didn't have broadband when we moved in 2006 from a rural area to Leeds. Went from that 56k to a 10 meg cable connection. Yeah, that was also my experience a couple of years later going to uni. Then obviously having to go back. We did have broadband by that point, but it was not broadband in the modern sense. I still wasn't downloading any games over it, we'll put it that way. Ren likes blue flowers. Well, I'm glad you do, Ren, and fortunately for you, I have not one but two blue flower emotes. I have Jomanda Speedwell and Field Forget-Me-Not for you to choose from. I've talked far too much today. I'm going to blame it on the fact that I'm tired and my ear is... I managed to rip... I won't talk about it too much, but I managed to rip the entire earlobe. Stupid Emma. That work? We're basically constructing rotationally symmetric shapes here. What do we do here then? Because we can't make three shapes the same here, surely. Yeah, what are we doing here? Oh my god, Ren! Ren, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. I wasn't expecting that. To Cyclofilling, Live, Laugh, Lasagna, Ayad, Mr. Bags, and the Vanir system. Okay. Certainly Liv does tend to drop by semi-often, so I'm sure those people will appreciate those subs. Thank you so much, Ren. Cementing your place on the sub leaderboard. I can't believe you've given 85 in total, Ren. That's so generous of you. Really is. I don't know what I did to deserve all that. I'm just here ranting and hardly even playing any games. I suppose I did introduce you to this game. I'm surprised you didn't know about this game already, Ren. It very much seems like your sort of game. Well, what I don't get is we can't make 3. We can't make 3 identical shapes here because we've got 14 tiles. And so we can't use the whole board to make 3 identical shapes. We could make a 4, a 4, and a 4 and have 2 left over. But these are forced to be on and these are forced to be on. So either these are off and these are on, in which case this breaks, or these are off and these are on, in which case this breaks. And we can't make the shape be 3 tiles or fewer because this is already forced to be at least 4 tiles. So we have to do some sort of combining of things to make a rotationally symmetric result. Don't see what. I am very confused. Does this work? Wait, how did... What? Is it so? So that, I suppose that, yeah, that rotates to there. That rotates to there. So these are rotations of each other, and that's also a copy of that one. So I guess it's allowed, even though there's no line here. Okay, I'm going to remember that because that's slightly different to what I thought it was. That's just that, I think. No, wait, that's not the tip of the T. That. No, also not the tip of the D. Well, whatever's here has to be here. And then whatever's left over has to make the same shape. So that works, but that is wrong. If we leave space for that, can't make the T because that. Also, we probably need to rotate this somehow. So if we imagine it being the other way round, then we'd need to do that. Then we have the problem of what to make here. Is this valid? Okay, so it's a plus and then this rotates around both ways. Is that just that? Oh no, we need rotation, not reflection. Emma is confusing. So this would be okay if I could put a tile here, but I can't. That's forced to be off, and that has to correspond to that. What if I completely invert this? So I do that. Yeah, this shape, this whole shape here is a rotation of this whole shape here. That's clever. LT Bago says Giga Ren, and Ren says, yeah, I've been eating it up. In relation to Taiji, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It definitely seems like your sort of thing. I know you liked The Witness. Brute Force says, good night, lovely people. I'm shattered I've been up over 48 hours. Brute, what the hell? Why are you not already in bed? Please don't let me keep you. Thank you so much for dropping by. Why did you not get any sleep last night or the night before? And please go and get some. And don't stay up all night again. I don't care how hyped you are for game releases, Brute. Get some proper sleep. It's not healthy to stay up for 48 hours. Okay, good night. Yeah, but the Game Awards weren't on... Oh, for God's sake, Brute. Don't do that again. Good night. Okay, we solved this whole set of puzzles, by the way, and I'm not sure it even did anything. I think that entire puzzle set might have been optional. So where are there some puzzles that we do actually need to solve to progress? Okay, we still can't cross this because this bridge is still not here. We can solve these, though. Oh dear, these are getting complicated. So the blue line is horizontal, which means they do have to match exactly, which means that these tiles must be present in all of them. Which means that either the yellow is part of this shape or it's a single cell. If it was part of this shape, then that would immediately break that one, so it can't be. So it's a single cell, so we have to surround all of these, which then breaks that. So instead we would need those ones to be on. Then we need this and this to be rotations of each other, which is just that, I think. Okay, that wasn't too bad. I was able to... I've said this before. I think I said it before in relation to The Witness. I like puzzles that you can reason through logically step by step, and you're not just guessing the whole time. Tibago says, Brute taking that meme I posted seriously. Look, never take anything Tibago posts seriously. Especially not memes. I think I know which one you mean, though. Oh, somebody just joined my Discord. Oh, I say just, it was 2 hours ago. Moonchild Dreams, if you're still here, thank you so much for joining my Discord. And I need to give you a role so that you can chat, which I will do now. Don't worry, I do know who you are. You are... friend of Lana's. Yeah, if they're not here, which I don't think they are, then I'll message them later to explain that I gave them the role. If I take the moment to say if anybody else wants to join the Discord. And you're not already there, you are more than welcome. I will send an invite link into chat now. There we go. Ren says, I sit in my room with my cat in my lap, muttering to her, forced, as I'm solving the puzzles. And the cat is there thinking, oh, for God's sake, he's still stuck on this one. This one's easy. That's, if I had a cat, that's what it would be thinking. Okay, what we do here? Rotate that. So this works? No, that doesn't work. Doesn't work. So what does work? Well, that works. But then this one is no good. Oh, this. Well, no, not that, because the pieces aren't interchangeable. I do this. This looks like you could rotate it and get the same shape. Am I visualizing that wrong? Could you not rotate that and get the same shape with all the black things swapping places? Oh, no, I suppose... yeah, the black things aren't actually equivalent, though. They all swapped places, but then they're not... This one and this one are equivalent, and that one are equivalent, but they're not the same. That's the issue. Okay, in that case, we can't have one big shape. Just won't work. So what do we want? Hang on, does that work? Okay, that works as a solution for that half. We just can't build... I'd like to build the same thing here, but I can't. And I can't build the inverse of it because this is forced on. Because, yeah, if you're saying that this one needs to be off, then it implies that's still the only orientation that fits. So you'd have to put one there and do that. And then these aren't the same anymore. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, you have to do that, and now they're the same. Does that work? Can I do this as well? Oh, okay. It is that. Okay, that's nice. Okay, another one. I'm guessing this approach won't work this time for whatever reason. This one is forced off. Okay, so that approach won't work this time. Actually, will this approach work now? Yeah, don't I just build the inverse of that? Which is that. So that, except I had to put a tile on that one. Means I have to put a tile on that one. Yeah, okay. I solved this puzzle. I got this solution as the solution to the previous puzzle by mistake, but then it turned out that was the solution to a different puzzle, which is nice. Okay, and that restores this bridge, so now we can cross here. This doesn't get us anywhere new, it just gets us back to this section, but it does mean we can come round to this again. So now we can come at this from all three sides. So the only place we haven't been is down. So I need to try and figure out how to go down there. Okay, the only piece that connects to this is this piece. So we have to use that piece to connect here because it's the only one that can. Let's do that. Then it's not quite as I did a huge detour before to get round here. It's not a huge detour anymore because I think I did this in the wrong order. I think I should have done this first and then tried to solve this, because remember when I walked all the way around the map to get from here to here? I could have just solved those three puzzles and done the same thing. So now we can get down here. Right, here we go. This area. I have to watch my step. Okay, can I get... Oh, I can. Okay. Is it me or does this tree look like a hand? That's a bit creepy. That allows me to get up here, which gives me... Okay, more of this type of puzzle. Agreed, very hand-like, says Ren. Yeah. Right, so we have these, and also this. So whatever shape we make here, we need to make the same shape here. And we also need to make rotations of that shape. So I'm pretty sure it's just that, isn't it? Oh, no, but then this This needs to be... Oh, this needs to be that, right? No, because then that's not... No. It fits so nicely to have these L pieces until you realise this doesn't work. Because it's either... It's got to be the same colour as this or the same colour as that. Oh, that works. There we go. Yeah, invert it like that. Right, we have two Z tetrominos with a white bar, but the white bar isn't in the same place. It's on the end here and it's in the middle here. So we need to modify this shape to make it compatible with this one and vice versa. Since this is an end piece, and it goes up and then right, so imagine this going up and then right. So if we were to have this one be off and this one be on, now these two pieces are equivalent. I mean, we'd have to surround this one. But yeah, see, these aren't flashing now. Then we would have to make this middle also be one of those shaped pieces, which would look like that. Okay, that does work. Then the black ones just sort of solve themselves then. Okay, similar thing here. These have to be the same orientation. To use Ren terminology, I will say forced. This would have to look like that, which would break it. So this does have to be off. So also forced. And then we have to do something with the white ones. The white ones, there's also some forced shapes going on, because this is showing it has to be 3 like that, which could be 3 like that, but it can't just be 3 like that, because it has to be a different shape to what we came up with for the black one. So if we say that that is there and that is there. Yeah, we need to... Like at the moment, this one needs to be closed off like that, which is obviously no good. I think we need to change the shape somewhat. What if we just made these squares? That help? Well, this can't extend any further upwards. If this shape extended further upwards, it would break this one. So that is forced. This can't extend any further up, which implies that that is, but that breaks that. But we can't put one there. Okay, hang on, let me think about this a bit more. This is definitely right, if my understanding of the horizontal bar is correct. And if this was on, then it would look like that. I don't think that's allowed for horizontal bars to have 2 in the same area, because rotations aren't allowed. So that implies that. And then we think, well, what colour is this square? If it's off, it breaks this one, so it has to be on. So forced. And then we think, what colour of square is that? This can actually be either colour. It's off, then we get that. Oh no, it can't be off. If it's off, we get that, and then that connects. So that's wrong. So it has to be on. Okay, now we've made some plus shapes, which is interesting. Are we any closer to figuring out what to do with the white ones? Oh, we could make T-pieces with the white ones. Does that work? Okay, yeah, that works. Oh, no, it doesn't. Now it doesn't. Hooray! We extended this bridge. Yeah, we saw this bridge earlier. Which gets us... this is the final puzzle. This is the boss puzzle of this area. And then we get to light up the fire. And we just have one area left, plus all the the many bonus puzzles that combine stuff from multiple areas. Okay, what are we doing here? We've got something that looks worryingly like a swastika, to start us. Again, the black ones are horizontal. So combining this into one shape would end very badly. I think we can say that these are all forced to be off. I think we can say that these are forced to be off. And this, I think this needs to be on, otherwise it's going to run into this white one. But if that's on, now it doesn't match any of these shapes. So we need to come up with a shape that works everywhere. No, that doesn't work everywhere. It almost works everywhere. Okay, this is harder than I thought. Let's start by trying to come up with a shape that works for all the black areas. This one goes up, right, up, so this needs to be able to go up, right, up. And so does this. And then, yeah, this has to be, because it has to go up, right, up. Okay, so this, and then this goes that way, and then this goes up left. And then this goes down. And then this goes to the right. Oh, that's a pretty pattern. Yeah, okay, so just by reasoning where was forced based on the starting area, we know that the black ones have to occupy these cells. And I think only those cells? We can't connect anything, so these are all forced. And that accounts for every side of the shape. Like, I can't go down here because that would mean going down here and here. So I think, like, everything around these is all forced to be off. That's orthogonally adjacent. Diagonals don't count as being connected. So all of these have to be off. How can we make the white ones all be the same shape? I think it has to be an S piece. And then fill in the gaps. Wow, okay, I really like that puzzle. That one was fun. Pinwheels, says Ren. Yes, they do look like pinwheels. I liked that one, because it looked intimidating, but it was very easy to reason through it. One logical step at a time. Okay, well, let's go back to the start and see that we now hopefully have 8 of the areas unlocked. We do have some bonus puzzles over here still to solve. But we maybe should try to do the last area on the circle before we try to do the bonus puzzles. It would be nice to have this thing filled in before we go further. So yeah, we have this. We just have this portrait gallery thing to do now. And I hope, that we know all of the clues that we need to know for it. So there's its fire that we need to light. And many puzzles up here. This one I already solved. So these, the paintings work exactly like puzzles, except that the clues are disguised as part of the picture. So you can see here, this one is based on the dice faces. There's a 3 here and a 3 here. Her eyes are 2 1s. There's a 1 there, a 3 there, and the moon is a 2. We also solved this one, which has dots. This one is based on flowers mostly, but I also see some... The owl's eyes is an owl looking sideways, and it looks like its eyes are 2 negative dots. Which is interesting because there's no positive dots on the board for it to connect to. But yeah, so the rule for the flowers is how many matching edges? Well, actually, hang on. Don't the purple flowers mean no matching edges? But doesn't 4 mean 4 non-matching edges? I can't remember. Anyway, yeah, so if this is white, then these would have to be black. This top cell has to have 2 matching edges, which implies that. This top left has to have no matching edges, which implies that. I don't get how the two negative dots come into it, unless those are 2 positive dots. But if they're 2 positive dots, no, if they're 2 positive dots just disguised, then I don't think that's possible, because we've already established it's forced to be an area of at least 4, and there's no more dots. This needs to match with 1 neighbor, and the left and right ones match with 1 neighbor, and this matches with all 4. So it's something like that. And this matches with 1. If we make it to be on, okay, that worked. So either the owl's eyes aren't actually a clue and it's just trying to throw us off, or something funny is going on, because how does that work? Not that I'm complaining. Panicked Ness, hello. Good to see you. Glad you were able to catch one of my streams. I hope you're having a good week. We're playing Taiji today, which is a puzzle game. We've made some good progress today. We've solved 2 more areas, which is not bad considering I spent about an hour just waffling at the chat and not playing the puzzle at all. Panic Nest says, "Oh, I love the artwork already." Yes, so just to give you a quick idea of what's going on in this game. So far, the game has been kind of logic puzzles. So the puzzles all look like this. So it's a grid with symbols on, and you have to decode the symbols and figure out the puzzle. But there are 9 areas, and the final area, I really like what they've done. It's still logic puzzles, but now the logic puzzles are disguised within the art in this gallery. So like this painting here, there's like, see the dots on the necklace and the dots on the moon and the dots on the stars, and also her eyes are both dots as well, and you have to solve the puzzle based on that. So it's really cool. Now then, what's going on with this one? Oh, I remember seeing this, and I remember saying I haven't seen a clue type that's just a number, and yet here we have a clue type that is just a number. I know how the diamonds work. Diamonds in this game you have to match up in pairs, but we only have 3 diamonds, so we can't make. We could match these 2 up, and then this one. But maybe I can match a diamond with a number. And maybe the 3, does the 3 just mean you have to have 3 tiles in the area that it covers? Because that's 3, that's 3, that's 3. Oh, but now this isn't 3. I mean, well, you can have multiple 3s because 3 plus 3 is 6. You don't have to be a mathematician to know that. Oh, but then there's a diamond in it. Okay, so I need to combine 2 of the 3s, but I need to combine 2 of the 3s that I'm not using for the diamonds. I need to combine into a 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the diamonds are there. There needs to be something like this going on at the top, definitely. And then, yeah, there we go. So what I've done here, this 3 at the top means there's going to be 3 cells touching that. I mean, obviously I've translated this over to here. There's going to be 3 cells touching that. This 3 means there's going to be 3 cells here. This and this 3 mean the same thing, but I've put them together, so 3 and a 3. This doesn't have to be 3, but it has to have 2 diamonds in, and this diamond has to pair with something else red. It doesn't make any sense unless you've already solved all the other puzzles in the game. Hello, Cassie. Welcome in. So good to see you. Cassie, I hope you've had a good week. Thank you both for dropping by. I don't know if it was a coincidence that you both showed up at once, or if you were both chatting and you thought, hey, Emma's on, we should go and watch her. What the hell? This is just a completely red grid. How on earth do I solve that? This is a completely blue grid. Are they in some way related to this Mondrian style painting? I mean, it has both red and blue squares in it, but the red and blue squares are all over the place. So, do the positions of the red and blue squares within this grid somehow relate to the puzzle? Oh, also, are you really going to zoom in so that I can't see the... If I stand on this one, I can see the grid, but if I come here, I can't see it. Maybe I should come back to that one later. I can't go through any of these doors. Oh, I can do this. Okay. What? Okay, this doesn't appear to be a puzzle I've solved yet. We could... I think each of these dots corresponds to one of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 3, 6... No, hang on. No, there's 11 of these and there's 12 dots. Oh, there's 11 line segments connecting the dots. Okay, so each of these corresponds to a line segment. So maybe they're on if the line's going up and off if the line's coming down? Yes, okay. Okay, I think that was just like an extra little bonus puzzle to open the doors. Get us to the real puzzles. Yeah, this is actually a new puzzle type. I haven't solved puzzles like this. Most of the puzzles in this area are based on puzzles elsewhere in the game. I think these are new. Nice combination of emotes there, Harry. That sums up the situation perfectly. Okay, what I think I'm supposed to do here is imagine that the top row is shifted over so that the colours lined up, and then repeat what I've just done, as in, are the line... well, first of all, visualise it lined up. Secondly, visualise lines connecting them, and then fill in the solution based on whether those lines are rising or falling. Definitely stepping up the difficulty here. That first one would be a falling line. The second one would be rising. The third one would be falling. The fourth one would be rising. Fifth one would be falling. The sixth one would be falling. The seventh one would be rising. The eighth one would be falling. The ninth one would be rising. Oh god. Don't make me do many more of these. It's going to make me do one more of these, isn't it? Well, at least this time there's no shifting over to do. So, rising, falling, rising, falling, rising, rising, falling. Why is there another button? I imagine it's probably not the same solution again. That would be too easy. It is indeed. Oh, is this a callback to the binary area, the ones and zeros, where we had to read things back to front and upside down? So if I read this upside down, it's falling, rising, rising, falling, rising, falling, rising. It's not that. Is it just read it upside down rather than back to front? As in just invert the answer. So mark the falling edges. So that. Okay, it wasn't read it back to front, it was read it upside down. Now we have a vertical one. Do I have to read it sideways? Because please excuse my appearance on camera whilst I do this. This is not doing my posture any favours. Falling, rising, rise. No, falling, rising, falling, rising, falling, rising, falling. Ow. Yes, I could have screenshotted it and rotated it in Paint, but where's the fun in that? Okay, final boss this area, I guess. New stretch unlocks. I do not recommend, if you watch what I do when you redeem stretch with channel points, I do stretches that I would recommend anyone to do. However, that is not one of my recommended stretches. Please do not do it. Okay. Do I just assume we the lines are like this? So we start off with falling, then we've got rising, falling, rising, rising, falling, rising. No, we don't do that. Okay. What else could we do? Do we assume that this bit gets taped on the end of this? As in, do we read left to right and then come down here and read left to right? In which case we have falling, rising, falling, rising, falling, rising. Hit me or those last two the same exact position? Okay, well either way that's not the answer. What else? What if I took this and overlaid it on top of this? Then we would have rising, but only barely. Falling, falling, rising, rising, falling, falling. No, not that either. Okay, starting to run out of ideas for what this could be. I don't see anything indicating read it back to front. I know, given that we did have an area in this game that provided us with markers to indicate reading direction. And just going back and looking at this now, the blue area has a slight vertical line to the left of it, which there's not a vertical line on the right hand side. This has a vertical line here and a vertical line here. This vertical line, no, sorry, the vertical line there, horizontal line there. This line must be for this to say read from bottom to top, which fortunately is the way I read it anyway. So this has a line here and a line here. So both panels are being read left to right. But I was kind of doing that already. What I don't understand is what to do within that. We tried reading the top panel first and then the bottom. We didn't try reading the bottom panel first and then the top, in which case it would be rising, falling, or possibly that. This is the same as that one. So it's not bottom panel then top. It's not top panel then bottom. It's not overlay the two panels and work out like imagine it was that. What else can you do that still starts from the left? Let me just make sure I didn't get this wrong overlaying them. So that this dot here is higher than that one, I think, because it's closer to the top. But maybe I'm wrong. That goes down, that goes down, that goes up, that goes up, that goes down. Let's try, yeah, no matter which we choose for that, it doesn't work. I mean, it's only a 7-bit number as the answer, right? So there's 128 possibilities, so we could brute force them. But, oh, hang on, there's... I think this yellow puzzle must belong with the Mondrian painting. So there's not only a red and a blue, there's also a yellow. I don't know if you want to update your emotes, Harry. But for this one, it's even more awkward to try and look at the painting, because the painting is right the way back here. Also we can go and stand out on balconies, which is nice. Oh god, is this area going to have a meta puzzle? Because we know there are environmental meta puzzles in this game. We've spotted 3 of them. Is this going to have one like based on the position of the windows or something silly like that? Yes, thank you, Happy. That's the situation we now find ourselves in. I might skip over those for now. There is a whole additional floor. Yeah, we're on the top floor now. Okay, we have some unfolded maps to try and solve. We have quite a lot of them, actually. Yeah, this entire floor seems to be themed around doing those. This one actually looks simpler than that one. I wonder if we should try and get this one first. Although, I mean, what is there to puzzle about in this? It's just a stack of black and white blocks. Or rather, it's like a zigzag to give the illusion of a stack of black and white blocks. This grid is 3 by 5 and the stack is 3 by 5. Is it just mark where the white ones are? Because that seems too easy. Okay, well, I suppose that's the first one and they're going to throw in twists that make it harder. Actually, yeah, no, I can immediately see they're going to throw in twists that make it harder. Okay, so first of all, I'm guessing the blue and the brown are... Look at the blue edges and the brown edges because they are different. So that would be that for the blue. And for the brown, it would be that. Oh, I've just realised that's like an arrow. This is an arrow pointing right. I saw that. I've just realised this is an arrow pointing left. I didn't see that picture at all. Oh, right. I see how they're making it harder. So this grey looks very much like this grey. But it's not. This is what a light block looks like. This is what a dark block looks like. So this block where both sides are grey, the left hand side is dark and the right hand side is light, because this is darker than that and this is lighter than that. So each face of the block is a separate column. So there's 6 faces and there's 6 columns. So that is a light one. That is a light one, but these two are also light ones. And there's like an optical illusion. This face looks like it's lighter than that face, but it's not. They're the same color grey. It's an illusion because of this and this. So on this side, those two are light. On this, those two are light. On this, just that one, and then those 3. Does that make a pretty picture? I don't think it does that time. Okay. Now we're ready to tackle these ones, which I'm guessing are going to be... Yeah, they just made it harder by throwing more shades of grey in. When I say shades of grey, I'm not referring to the book. These must all be light, because I think that's what the dark looks like on the left-hand side. So that... Obviously here, just the middle ones are dark. Here, it's these 3. Here it's these 3. Oh, this is making a pattern, isn't it? And then those are all light. I suppose it's a pattern. A rectangle. Oh, and now they're throwing in colours. Okay, this bottom bit, that's clearly the lighter one. 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 This, they're both the same colour, but if we look carefully at the next one, we can see that light blue on the left would look like that. So this is off. And dark blue on the right would look like that. So this is on. All these are off. This is off, this is on. You've got to know your colour shades to do this, I think. This is off. This is on. This is now on because it's the same colour as the one that was off, but there's more light coming from the left. So that's on, that's off, that's on. Because if it was off, it would be that shade. That's off. Oh, that's on as well. I missed that one. This is off. That's off. That's on. That's on. That's the only light green we've got. That's on. And then off, on, off, off, off. Have I done that right? I have not done that. Oh, no, that's on. Oh, I know I haven't done that right. Okay, let's read horizontally and check our working. So, off, on, off, on, off. Oh, these are both off, because that one's brighter. Even though that's brighter than that, that's even brighter. So those are both off. But that's also off, on, off. That's on because it's brighter than that. On, off, off, off. No, then that's on because it's brighter than that. On, off, off, on, off, on. That's got to be on. No, that's got to be on as well. Yeah, and then off, on, off, on, off. Okay, that was hard. I was like, how difficult can they make it being different shades? But the answer is apparently very. Ratmost. Hello, Ratmost. Best rat streamer. Everybody immediately go and follow and maybe even subscribe to the amazing Ratmost, who will then give you some cheese. Ratmost, unfortunately, is the one to blame for this meme that my house is made out of cheese, which Harry refuses to let go of now. But that's not Ratmost's fault. Ratmost was just curious. I hope you're having a good week, Ratmost. I'm having a terrible week. I fell out of bed and tore my earlobe. I have a plaster on my ear. So that wasn't fun. But at least we're making good progress in Taiji. Harry, don't eat my house. Okay, so they're still doing the shades, but now they've thrown in colours as well, for the sake of further confusion. So How am I supposed to know which or both of these shades is a light one? They've just randomly coloured some blocks in blue. I think that's light, 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 and I think this is dark, light, dark, dark, light. But who knows? I think this is light, light. Dark. Dark, dark, light. Dark, light. Dark, light. Dark, dark, dark. Dark, light, dark, dark, dark. Whew. If I get one of these wrong, I won't know where to look. Okay, I think we actually solved all of those, which is nice. It means I don't have to do them again. Ratmo says, ouch, I hope your ear will heal up quickly. It might take a while, but yeah, I'm okay apart from that. I did consider cutting this stream short, but it looks like we're going the full time now. So I've solved everything on this floor apart from the Mondrian painting, which I don't really understand. Was there anything else on the bottom floor? Oh, there was, yeah, there's this back area. I haven't solved any of this yet. Let's try and solve that. So this is the one where it's clues. This is conventional clues we've seen elsewhere in the game, but hidden in paintings. So I can see 2 dots here, 1 dot here, 2 dots here. The 2 dots there are this tile. The 1 dot is that tile, and the 2 dots are that tile. And there are diamonds here. So we need to separate this side from this side to satisfy the diamonds. So is it just that? It is just that. Okay, not too bad. The warm-up. Okay, there's no puzzle here, but there's a pattern of on and off bricks. there's a pattern of light and dark bricks in the wall, and there's a crack in the wall that must be the starting point. And yeah, I know what this game is like. I mean, I should really blame The Witness because this game is based on The Witness. We're just copying the light and dark of this, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. It's an easy one. Ratmo says ears can be tricky. Well, as a rat yourself, you would know. I don't think there is a rat's ear hawkweed. There is cat's ear hawkweed and mouse ear hawkweed. Both are named because their leaves are really soft and furry and supposedly resemble the texture of a mouse's ear or a cat's ear. But no rat's ear hawkweed as far as I know. Okay, so we have a road here, cleverly disguising some horizontal and diagonal lines as lines on the road. I'm assuming that the solid lines here aren't diagonal lines for cluing purposes because they're drawn as one continuous line. We don't have continuous lines as a clue type. And then obviously there's the diamonds. The diamonds are different colours. There's a white diamond and a yellow diamond. The diamonds have to match their own colour, so we have to match the white diamond to one of the dashed lines and the yellow diamond to one of the yellow dashed lines. Which is interesting because the yellow dashed lines are, which are these 2 squares, I think, are horizontal, which means the 2 shapes have to be identical. The diamond is here. Yeah, hang on. What's going on here? Because if I bring this down to meet this diamond, this also has to be the same shape, and then it's broken. How How would I even connect to that diamond? I can't do that, because then how do you make that with this shape? Yeah, hang on. I don't see how to connect that diamond with either of those. And obviously I don't get hints by flashing what's wrong, because I'm not supposed to know what the clues are. I'm supposed to work it out from this image. Yeah, I don't see how to solve this yellow area unless these lines are actually slashes. But no, then there'd be too many slash regions to really make sense of, I think. Plus, these lines aren't really lined up very well with cells. Like, is this white line that or not? Who knows? Might have to come back to this one, because I'm not really seeing the... El Tibago says there are no UK plants with rat in the name, but is the rat-tail cactus native to South America? Interesting. Yeah, I feel like this area is divided into either very difficult or very easy puzzles, and not much in between. I don't understand how to satisfy this yellow diamond, because we'd have to connect it to a yellow dash, because it has to match with something yellow. And assuming these yellow dashes are horizontal dashes, which I'm pretty sure they are, then that breaks. Unless, oh, hang on. Are these supposed to be interpreted as horizontal or diagonal dashes? They're 2 pixels wide, and the top pixels are offset slightly from the bottom pixels, so that line is very, very slightly diagonal. It's like a squashed diagonal. That seems a bit dodgy if that is the case. So if that was a diagonal line, that would allow us to do something like that to solve those. We'd still need to come up with 3 rotationally equivalent shapes, one of which occupies this white diamond, and none of which are this shape, because we've used that shape already. Which is annoying, because that's the shape I want to make here. Could we make it an L shape or an S shape? That's an L. That's tip of the L there. That's no good, because it would have to go here, and then we can't block it off. Could we do a square? No, we can't do a square either. I can't. These are now effectively forced to be off, because this can only be 3. We can't make it any bigger. Altibago says, also avert your eyes, Ratmost. There is a plant that eats rats, named after David Attenborough. Nepenthes Attenborough. Sort of like a monkey puzzle tree. Does David Attenborough eat rats? Not as far as I can tell, but who knows? Yeah, I don't think when people name living animals and plants after David Attenborough, it's probably to honour his lifetime's work as a naturalist, rather than that he literally does the same thing that the plant does. But who knows? It's a giant pitcher plant. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the very concept of carnivorous plants is a bit creepy. And most of them only eat insects, but yeah, there are plants that eat mammals, which just seems wrong with how life on this planet should work, but there we go. There's even a fun fact that not many people know in the UK. We actually have carnivorous plants in the UK. Everyone thinks of them being like South American and that sort of thing. We don't have anything dramatic like the Venus flytrap, but we have plants with sticky pads on them that trap insects in the UK. Ratmos says, unsettling, I'll be sure to avoid them. Yeah, just in general, as a rat, avoid jumping into something that has smooth, sticky sides that you can't then escape from. That goes for human-laid traps as well as plants. What earth do I do? Is it our old friend the Tetris piece going to save the day? I don't think so, because then there's nowhere for that to attach to. I think this has to be on, because if it's off, it sort of merges into all this, and then we won't go anywhere. So let's say that's on. That means this is on, and this is on. And this has to be on, because we're matching with it. Is there ever a world in which we don't match with this one? Like, we do that? Or something... Actually, there might be merit to this. Hang on. If we do that, and then that... Oh, but this tile can't be anything. That's annoying. Yeah, and if we try to come down, we can't come down from there. Okay, given that doesn't work, I think we have to connect these two. Connect them like that. Like, we can obviously form this shape in different places. But we need to form it the same, like it needs to this needs to be able to rotate to make the same shape. So that's a valid solution. But the problem is it needs to be a different shape than this. I'm just going to make it with these and see, is there anywhere we can add a line on all of them? And I don't think there is. And I don't see, the thing is, I'm doing all this not even knowing if this top bit is correct or not. Is annoying. This would satisfy two of them. Actually, no, it wouldn't, because that's the mirror rotation of that. That doesn't work. It would have to be that. This can be rotated into this. As in, the diagonal is here, and the diagonal for that one is here. And if you flip it, it goes there. But this one, this doesn't work, because then the clue starts in the middle. Just to start there. I don't think that works. This is a Z. I should stop saying S shape. This is a Z tetromino. This is an S tetromino. They're the same if you flip them, but we're not allowed to flip things. We're only allowed to rotate things. And this is the only orientation that fits with a rotation, or that, and then it's there. Unless this is an inverted one. This is an inverted one. Oh, but if it's an inverted one, this would need to be on, and then that breaks that. Yeah. But yeah, if that's an inverted one, we couldn't go to there. Oh, we could if we did like a T-piece. T-piece like that. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm glad you find me staring aimlessly at these puzzles interesting enough to drop the follow. That's very much appreciated. I've got the idea that this sort of shape piece, like a glider pentomino shape, might work. But the more I think about it, the more it doesn't, because this connects. Unless this one is also... No, this one can't be off, because this is this tile. Big Gnome 1, who was the one who just followed. I have anonymous follows, but obviously if you speak in chat, I'll assume you're okay for me to speak to you. Big Gnome says hello, and hello back. And out of curiosity, what accent is that? So I am from the UK, specifically from the southwest. Specifically Somerset. I'm not going to get more precise than that. However, I wouldn't say my accent is a typical, like it's not the stereotypical rural farmer accent that people associate with Somerset. It's not the Bristolian accent that people associate with the urban areas of Somerset. I think it's just like a generic southern England accent. Maybe like kind of posh, but also not like London or Essex or anything. So I don't know. I don't know. I know where I'm from, but I don't necessarily talk like I'm from there, so I don't know. You're still in the UK, I speak them. Yes, I have lived in this area of the country all my life. Apart from 4 years when I lived in York because I was at university, I've never lived more than 2 miles from where I am now. So yeah, I can't even really do it. I would do the stereotypical farmer accent. Just look up any song by the Wurzels if you want to know what I mean. Because there's a distinction between farmer and pirate. If you're Devon and Cornwall, they speak pirate. Somerset, they speak farmer, and it's there's lots of long vowels, but it's not quite the same. Izzy says, Emma, like my Danny, is one of the people who didn't really get their regional accent fully and just got generic region. Yeah, I definitely sound more southern than northern. I think if people guessed, they'd probably say like home counties or London and assume I was from like a posh area. But I'm not. I think it's just I didn't really... Growing up as me and all the things that entailed, I didn't really have friends at school. I didn't really interact with people at school. I picked up my speech patterns, I think, mostly from watching TV and from my parents. And although my parents are both from the Midlands, they both moved away and neither of them had a strong Midlands accent. And also they're from different... One's from the West Midlands, one from the East Midlands, so it wouldn't be the same accent anyway. And the TV when I was younger was still mostly people speaking like received pronunciation, BBC English, Queen's English, whatever you used to call it. There's a lot more diversity of accents on the TV nowadays, but back then, like if you're watching the news, it was always the same accent. So I think that's part of it. But also, like I don't consciously have an accent. I speak and words come out, and I think most of the time people understand what I'm saying, therefore I must be speaking some form of English. But beyond that, I couldn't tell you. Izzy says, Danny got generic northern despite being Scouse. Yeah, the Scouse accent is quite distinctive. But again, not everybody picks up the same. A lot of it is just... A lot of accent picking up is just conformity, I think. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't mean like people are pressured to fit in and therefore pick up an accent, although that might happen, but I don't think that's what happens necessarily. Just that human brains are naturally wired to pick up the accent of people around them. But if you're like me and you don't get to interact with anyone because the world has decided that you're strange and weird and wrong, then that doesn't happen quite so much. I had guessed London, says Ratmost. I mean, yeah, that's you're not British, Ratmost. That's a reasonable guess. There are a lot of UK accents. I mean, obviously, no. America has accents. You can tell if someone's from the Deep South or the Midwest or the East Coast. You can sometimes tell which city somebody is from. But the UK has a lot more, just because people lived in small isolated communities for centuries in the same place, which is not something that, non-native Americans would have done, certainly. In the UK, a local can often tell which district of a town or city, or in extreme cases, which street, or in rural areas, which valley or which village somebody was born in based on their accent. And you can travel sometimes as little as like 5 or 6 miles. And if you're a local, you can notice the change in accent. I can travel from here to the outskirts of Bristol. And assuming like inner city Bristol is more, it's starting to pick up the sort of generic inner city urban accent, a bit like in central London has. But if we're talking about the traditional Bristolian accent, that starts, less than 5 miles from here, I would say. But the villages around where I am don't have that same accent. It's similar. They both sound West Country, farmery type accent, but I can tell the difference. I can go to West Somerset and I can hear a rural West Somerset accent, and it sounds different than the accent where I live. Even though to everybody else it's just, oh, that's farmer. So yeah, accents are weird, and there are a lot of them, and I certainly wouldn't expect somebody like you, Atmos, to be able to distinguish them. Tibago says, do real, I have the same thing being Welsh and not really sounding Welsh. I'm vaguely northern, bit Scouse, bit Lancashire with a slight twang of Welsh. Yeah, so Tibago, of course, you've lived in a different area for many years, and so the longer you live somewhere, the more you're going to sort of start to pick up on the accent of that area to an extent. And Izzy says, only one person's ever successfully guessed Danny is from Liverpool. They did so as a joke. I suppose Liverpool is also known for having quite a distinctive accent, like the Merseyside accent, because yeah, like I suppose. Well, I'm being unfair. I'm oversimplifying because I'm not from Liverpool. Because there are multiple accents. If you think Scouse, you think like the Beatles accent is how like the world thinks of people from Liverpool, I think. But that's not the only Liverpool accent. So I guess if she doesn't sound like that, people would not guess Liverpool. So yeah. Matmos says, there's a wide swath of the Hollywood accent west of the Rockies, and I'm acclimated to that kind of geographic spread. I can't imagine spotting a difference of accents between streets. As I say, in America, it's more spread out just because America is A, much bigger, B, much more mixed. There are people from many different backgrounds living in the same area, and C, younger. The big thing is when you get people living in the same area for hundreds and hundreds of years, a distinctive accent evolves. And a lot of those are going away and is somewhat endangered now because there is more movement of people. A lot of rural places are losing population. This is not a UK. I think the UK is particularly varied in its accents, but I'm sure you could go to any other European country with a long history and observe something similar there. I'm sure different parts of France can distinguish each other's accents, whereas to me all French kind of sounds French. Izzy says the Beatles also had to tone down the Scouse a lot for their audience. They still sound it, but the song's mostly gone. No, I completely agree with that. I mean, and also, I'm not talking about their songs either. It would be like during interviews with them and that sort of thing. Would be like the global perception of what somebody from Liverpool sounds like, however accurate or inaccurate that might be. LT Bango says the place I'm from doesn't really have a Welsh accent, being less than 10 miles from the border. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, you get a spectrum of, out on the Clym Peninsula or Central Wales, you get the really Welsh sounding accent, and then there are towns that straddle the border. Famously during COVID, when there were different lockdown rules brought in for Wales and England, you got different sides of the same street having different rules about when they were allowed out of their house. And of course, those people are all going to sound more or less the same. Izzy says the UK is wild there. You can travel a few miles and have accents with obvious differences. Yes, that's what I was trying to get across. I can go, I would say, 5 or 6 miles from my house. I would be able to notice a difference. I could go to Bath, and people in Bath talk differently than people here. And I could go to Bristol, and people in Bristol talk differently than here. And those places are only a few miles away. You know what? We've been talking so much. I think I've run over my time. I usually go for about 4 hours. I'm going to leave this puzzle for now because I can't figure out even like how it's supposed to work. What do I actually need to solve to complete this? Fire is connected to this cable, which is connected to... Oh, I think I see what this is. This is like a little model of the building. And see how the top floor is lit up? I've solved all the puzzles on the top floor. I bet when you solve the puzzles on the other floors light up. And I noticed there's 4 floors. I did see there was a basement floor when I came through here last time. So we actually need to solve all the puzzles down here as well in order to beat this area. So that's going to be tricky because I looked at this area before and I had no idea how any of these puzzles were supposed to work. So yeah, next stream can be trying to figure out the puzzle mansion. And also doing that, there are quite a few areas of the map where there are like bonus, I think they're just bonus puzzles. They don't seem to be connected to that central bit, which we can solve as well. But I think I'll probably leave it there for now. Big Gnome says, out of curiosity, if it's not too personal of a question, how long have you identified as a transsexual person? I don't really identify as transsexual. I would say I identify as transgender. It's not just being picky about the word. Gender and sex are different. Sex is the physical, biological characteristics of your body, and gender is a social construct and reflects your presentation and mannerisms and societal role and so on and so forth, all that stuff. That's an incredibly oversimplified explanation. I have not got time for a gender studies course, but yeah, so transgender people don't change their sex and they don't pretend to change their sex. They change their gender. So yes, I am transgender. And to answer the question, how long? Openly transgender, about 5 years, depending on when exactly you want to say I came out. How long have I personally considered myself to be transgender? Since before I knew that it was a thing you could be, I always felt like I was trapped in the wrong body. My earliest memory of feeling that way was when I was 4 years old. I felt like I should be a girl, and I wasn't. I was a boy, and I didn't understand why. And at that age, there were a lot of things I didn't understand. And I think, in general, in general, pre-puberty trans people, it's just one of those many things in life that you don't understand. Some people are boys, some people are girls. What's going on? It's only when puberty hits and you are suddenly hit with the, oh my god, no, this is wrong. What's happening to my body? This is all horrible and bad, and I don't want these changes to happen. I want these other changes to happen. And you start screaming internally in terror because everything in your body is wrong. That's the experience when you hit puberty. And when I reached puberty, I still didn't know what being transgender was. This back then it was still de facto illegal to teach about such things in schools. My parents certainly weren't going to tell me, and I didn't have internet access, unsupervised internet access. So how was I supposed to know what being transgender was? And as soon as I found out, I was like, yeah, that's me, obviously. But yeah, these days I think people would probably hear about transgender people existing potentially before they reached puberty. So when people say, oh, that we shouldn't teach these things to kids, they don't need to know. Well, yeah, they do need to know. So that when their brain is screaming at them that it's trapped in the wrong body, they know what that is, and they don't just think that they're wrong and weird like I did. Let's not repeat the suffering of previous generations for no reason. Sorry, that was not your that wasn't your question. That was just me going on a rant. Easy says language changes and terms become outdated. Yeah, I mean, well, the distinction between sex and gender, as in gender meaning societal side of things, does only date back to the 1950s. Before that, sex and gender were largely interchangeable words. And in common usage, to be honest, they often still are interchangeable, but in an academic context, they have specific meanings. But there weren't really any openly trans people before then anyway, so you can say that for as long as there have been trans people, the correct word has been transgender. Big Gnome says, what's your opinion on the argument some people make that people's gender identity exists at birth? So gender identity is a combination of many things. One's own individual freedom of expression, the pressures placed on somebody by their peers and by society in general, the opportunities that they find awarded to them as they progress through life, anything imposed on them by their parents while they're still a child. One's gender identity is in constant flux throughout one's life. It may not feel that way for some people. You might feel, oh, I've just been male all my life, or I've just been female all my life. And most people do have a fairly consistent gender identity, but there are social aspects to gender. Somebody who wore platform shoes and had long hair in the 70s might now consider themselves not the sort of person who would do that, because they've always thought of themselves as male, and that was part of the male gender role then, and it's not part of the male gender role now. I think increasingly in the last generation or so has been somewhat successful, at least in some circles, in expanding or even abolishing gender roles and just going with the idea that, no, you know what, anyone can wear anything they like, and anyone can do any job they like, anyone can divide domestic duties any way they like. That is a very, very new concept. It's not something that Western society has had for most of its existence. So it would be wrong to say that somebody is born ready to do the dishes and clean the house. But for most of Western society's existence, those have been part of the female gender role. They're not considered part of the female gender role now. That would be considered an extremely sexist notion. But up until 100 years ago, nobody questioned it. So yeah, obviously that part of gender is not assigned at birth. Obviously, yes, people are born with some innate personality. personality very much exists from birth. Babies are different. Anyone will tell you that. It can be difficult to tease out exactly what is gender versus what is the rest of your personality, whilst you are still, a 3-month-old baby is wearing the same clothes regardless of gender most of the time, and if not, it's something their parents have chosen. So it's difficult to pin a gender on somebody who is too young to be expressing a gender. Hopefully that answered your question. Hello, Sacred the Reiki. Welcome in. Sorry, this stream was a Taiji gameplay stream, not just a rant about gender, I promise. We did solve some puzzles today. When we started out, only 6 of the 9 lights on this circle were lit, and now 8 of them are. So we're definitely making progress. We really should be solving some of these, central puzzles as well. Big Gnome says, for example, some conservative public intellectuals and commentators, like Michael Knowles, argue that a man is an adult human male and a woman is an adult human female. So the idea at which transgender activists claim that a male can become a woman and vice versa is in contrast to human nature. Yeah, so most such statements are probably born out of transphobia, but if we're being generous, a lot of them are simply conflating sex and gender, which I did try to keep distinct from the start. A male sex person cannot become a female sex person, but a male gender person can very much become a female gender person. The terms male and female are used to describe both gender and sex. And that is where the confusion arises, I think. Izzy says, and the same people argue that a hen is an adult human chicken, so they don't have a leg to stand on. That was one specific tweet, I think, where somebody was trying to make an analogy with animals, which, by the way, if your argument against people being transgender is that it's unnatural, or that animals aren't transgender, yeah. So, ignoring how many genders human society has, there are many, many cases of animal species having multiple genders. Not all animal species, by any means. It's only animal species that form some sort of society, because obviously, again, gender is social. Animals, I think there are life forms that have more than 2 sexes, but then they're not really animals. I think most animals are 2 sexes, but they definitely have more than 2 genders. For example, there is a species of bird that has 2 sexes, male and female, but it has 3 genders. There is a female gender, and there are 2 male genders, and they have completely different mating strategies. One of the male genders, they mate by trying to get a load of females and have like a posse of them and mate with them all. And then the other male gender, they disguise themselves as females, join another male's posse, and then mate with the females while the male isn't looking. So yeah, that is an example of completely different behaviour, a separate gender role. So it's fair to say that bird has 3 genders. With humans being so much more intelligent than all other animals and having so much more variety and diversity of expression, we make gender a big thing in our societies. If you take things to the extreme, you could go so far in a culture that values individualism, which I think ours does mostly, to say that everybody has their own gender, and that would be an angle at which you could look at it. I think it's helpful to say that there's like a bimodal distribution of genderness that tends to clump around two clumps that we label female and male, because 98% of people fit into those categories, but for the 2% who don't, there's no reason to deny their existence. Atmos says, I'm not a mod, what's the vibe check on this question? I am more than happy for people to ask about gender identity on this stream. That is definitely on the list of topics we can discuss. I trust the mods to ban people who take it too far. Big Gnome says, furthermore, some people argue transgender communities are harmful to societal health as a whole. Some people do indeed argue that, but I don't see the slightest shred of evidence for that being the case. Firstly, the proportion of people who are transgender is so small that it's hard to see that group of people having much of an influence on general societal trends at all. Just fashion is a much bigger influence on what is considered male and female gender at any given moment than what a bunch of trans people happen to be doing. And like, where is this harm occurring? Who is suffering more as a result of the existence of trans people? Because bear in mind, there's a lot of people suffering significantly less due to the existence of trans people. These are people who are usually, suicidal before they receive treatment. So, for the sake of turning, a fraction of a percent of the population from suicidal to happy, productive members of society, does that balance out this minuscule imaginary harm that's being supposedly inflicted? And I would say yes. Unless you have examples of this harm. Batmost says, I'm a person who argues that transgender individuals and communities are independently valid as well as beneficial to social health. It's not specifically that being transgender is beneficial to social health. There's nothing specifically that changing your gender does. It's just creating an environment in which trans people are accepted. It means creating an environment in which everybody, whether they're trans or not, is free to express themselves how they wish. And that's better for everyone. And it's the logical conclusion of, movements like feminism that have been going on for over a century at this point. To say, women should be free to pursue a career, they should not be seen as domestic baby-making machines. So we need to expand the female gender role to include that. And the logical conclusion is everyone should be free to do anything. Nothing should be gated behind arbitrary gender requirements. And if that's how society is, then transgender people basically don't exist, because what are you transing if there are no gender roles? In a society where anyone is free to express themselves how they please, transgender people are just people. Yeah, I've got long hair and I wear dresses and I like to collect pretty flowers. So what? That's me. That's Emma. That is a thing, what the Emma does. That has no bearing on what anyone else wants to do with their lives. And I think that such a society is a good thing to work towards. You may disagree. But again, I don't see the argument against it beyond just, I don't like this. This makes me... I don't want to... It's a very straight male perspective on the world, I think, that tends to dominate this type of discourse on the opposite side. And I'm not... Be very clear, I'm not blaming this on straight men. But there is a tendency for the world to be viewed through the eyes of a straight man, which is to say, if anybody expresses themselves as feminine, then they are immediately seen as a potential sexual partner. And the fact that it feels icky to think about having sex with a trans person means that being trans must be horrible and wrong. But the issue there is not that the trans person exists, it's that the first thing that the straight men mind jump to is, this thing looks female, I should have sex with it. And that just, that attitude is the problem. Not the fact that there exist individuals who break that line of reasoning. Cass, thank you so much for raiding with your party of 4 viewers. I'm afraid we are going to end soon. You've sort of missed the stream and you've just caught this tail end of me going on a half-hour rant about gender. Which I should warn you, and maybe I should have a disclaimer in my chat that this could happen at any time. This, by the way, before Twitch clarified the rules, this is why I said I had to turn on the content warning about sensitive social issues, because Ophelia was telling me, no, it doesn't mean you don't have to do that. Well, if I'm going to rant for half an hour about a sensitive social issue, I kind of am covering that topic, whether it's my category or not, which it isn't. Oh, Alatada, sorry for not acknowledging you, by the way. Alatada did just drop in and redeem their flower of the day. Thank you so much for doing that. We are probably going to have to wrap up the stream. I'll see if I can catch up with chat before we do so. Izzy says, is that a pingo emote? Yes, Tea with Jade. That's one of Tea with Jade's emotes. I know Aloe through Tea with Jade and the community surrounding them. That is a pingo. Pingu hug emote, not pingo, Emma, you idiot. Izzy says, positive, I love Pingu. Who doesn't love Pingu? Ratmost says, I can offer links to academic papers demonstrating correlations between social diversity and social well-being. And Big Gnome can offer a YouTube video, which probably claims to demonstrate the opposite. But there's a reason that one of them is an academic paper and the other one is a YouTube video. I will not be reacting to any YouTube videos on my stream for copyright reasons, regardless of their subject matter. By the way, sorry for not acknowledging the raid properly. Hello to Cass, Alice Sitz, Enemo08 and LT Bago, who I think was already here, all of whom say Little Lottle raid. Thank you so much, Cass, for raiding with your party of 4 viewers. Cass is just the coziest, most amazing streamer ever. They are so cute, and them and Alice are like just amazing, and you should follow both of them. But especially Cass, since they were the one who just raided, and the link will have gone from your screens by now. But don't worry, through the magic of technology, you can click on Cass's name and there'll be a little heart. And you need to click that little heart because Cass needs all the love. And I hope you will enjoy. Cass, if you would like to let us know what you were streaming and whether it was a success, feel free to do so. Alice says, I eep. Alice is probably already eeping. Probably went to eep rather than listen to me rant. But if you're still here, Alice, thank you for participating in the raid, and I hope you sleep well, and I hope you have a good weekend. And thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. And hello, Ferrin, who says, hello, Raiders. Well, hello, Ferrin. I didn't realise you were here. Good to have you here. LT Bago says, one-on-one debates, especially with somebody not necessarily experienced in debating, isn't a good argument. I mean, you can be as experienced in debating as you like, but you can still be wrong about the issue. This is the thing. Debating experience isn't the same thing as experience in the subject you're debating about. And experience in the subject you're debating about still doesn't absolve you from the fact that you can be wrong. I've been doing professional software development for 12 years. But if I tell you that some bit of syntax in Java is something and it's actually something else, I'm still wrong. The fact that I'm experienced doesn't make me any more right. Oh, okay. I was going to read some more messages, but LT Baggo deleted them, so I'm guessing they weren't worth reading. Although, hopefully, maybe I feel like I'm preaching to the choir usually with my my streams. Like everybody here knows all the things I'm saying, but maybe somebody learned something from that. The person who followed me unfollowed me again, by the way. My follow account is back to where it was. So, oh well. Hello, Bloody Rose. Hope you're having a good week, and thank you for stopping by. Even if you did just get this rant and not my actual gameplay. Emma, you've given a beautiful description of human expression and gender identity. I lurk here a lot, and if someone came here to be small-minded and mean, that is very unfortunate that they feel like you need to be like that. I mean, I don't think people... Well... I think part of the problem is there are people out there who legitimately believe that transgender people are harming society because they read it in their trusted news source of choice, or they were told it by somebody they trust. And it's very difficult to shake beliefs like that, but at the end of the day, if you can't point to solid evidence of this harm occurring, then there is no argument, and you're just going with a gut belief. And going with gut beliefs is fine, but you have to draw the line where it starts to actively harm others. And if they say they have evidence that being transgender, like if they have evidence that my existence is responsible for the downfall of Western civilization, then I'd love to see that evidence, and I'd be happy to debate it with them. But people rarely present such evidence. And when they do, it tends to be things like, well, it doesn't align with the teachings of Christianity or another religion that they happen to follow. And, you know, whether I'm transgender or not, there was no way in hell I was ever going to be religious of any sort, other than perhaps Jedi. So I would be in disagreement with them there regardless. So... also Ratmos, thank you for redeeming your flower of the day, and also thank you for being cute. Hang on, no, Ratmos redeemed show outfit. Sorry, I will do that before the end of the stream then. Today's outfit is yeah. Today's outfit is cozy grey cardigan with this nice knitted pattern on it. And look, it has pockets. They're not very practical pockets, but it has pockets. Okay, we're going to take everything we can get in the pocket department. And then I have my long black skirt. Really long one. Maybe I can do... This skirt doesn't really go spinny, but my cardigan went spinny. Hopefully that makes up for it. Oh... I'm not going to be able to put this VOD on YouTube, am I? Normally I try and put my VODs on YouTube. Sometimes it works. My first Factorio episode has over 1,000 views. Unfortunately, that was just purely the fact that it's Factorio and not anything else. None of those people, subscribed or watched any of my other videos. But some people prefer to watch on YouTube, so I put my VODs up. But this... I'm not really sure I can put this on YouTube. It's like 2 hours of gameplay, half an hour of botany, and 2 hours of chatting, most of which was ranting about gender. It's not really a coherent YouTube episode of a Let's Play or anything, is it? Alice says, thanks, I will actually eep now. Okay, enjoy your eep, Alice. Okay, he gone. Yes, Tibago did ban that person. I assume they said something bad. But I can't respond to it because I didn't see what it was. Cass. On the happier subject of Cass's streams, We were doing the last 3 quests of the Moomin season in Sky. They were amazing. And then we played a little silly game where you play as a little Pomeranian dog wrecking their owner's home. Look, just see how innocent and sweet Cass is. Just, you can tell by the types of game. They're not playing Call of Death Duty 72, shoot the bad guys in the face. They're playing being a Moomin and being a silly little dog, and you know it's. Tibango says God's will. I'm assuming you're quoting our recently departed viewer. Yeah, there's a lot of religious arguments. So my view on that is that God doesn't exist. Therefore, me being trans is not against God's will because God doesn't exist. End of fairly simple argument. But if there is a God, not the Christian God, so let's say there is a God, and let's also say that it is necessary to please that God that I suffer my entire life not being able to express myself, and let's suppose further that about 60-70% of the population, because remember this is all women who are being oppressed, plus any man who doesn't have a stereotypically male gender identity. It further that 60-70% of the population must suffer for that God to be pleased, then I don't think we should worship them in the first place. So I think that's a pretty watertight argument, without having to get involved in any theological nonsense. Cass says, "Sleep well, I love you," to Alice. So although I'm sure Cass loves all of us as well. Yes, they would not have learned anything from that. That's fine. Cass says, "I'll now go save my butt from my uncomfy chair." Yeah, we have overrun by miles, so we should probably raid out before everybody else goes to sleep, because then there'll be no one in the raid. Altibago asks if there is a VGA to DVI adapter in my pocket. Reference to a Discord conversation. That didn't even involve me. This is a conversation between Altibago and Izzy. Izzy complaining about the lack of pockets, and Tibago saying, "Where do you even keep your VGA to DVI adapters without pockets?" And obviously, I have them in my meticulously organised and labelled storage system over there. By meticulously organised, I mean I chuck them all in the box and then hope I can find the one I need. I have a giant box of cables and I have a giant box of adapters, and you should think yourselves lucky that I have 2 boxes, because it used to just be one giant box of cables and adapters. Matcha, hello. Well, I suppose it's good that I extended the stream a bit because people have been able to redeem their flowers of the day. Matcha, you've got to start coming here earlier. I would normally have ended by now. Ratmos says, "I quite like the blue of your t-shirt." Yeah, it's one of these greenish, bluish colours that I never quite know what to call it. Is it teal? Is it aquamarine? Is it? I don't know. It's a colour that has both blue and green elements to it. I'm a programmer, therefore I see the world in RGB colour space, and this has some G and it has some B. That's all I can tell you. I know I'm a girl, so I'm supposed to know all these colours like rose and lavender, purple, royal blue. Yeah. Tell me an RGB hex value and I'll tell you what colour it is. CMYK is fine. I will accept CMYK. 12 years in the print industry, I can do CMYK. Ratmost says, "I hold that gods are like tables. They're around. They have their functions. Sometimes it's worth stepping around them. But they don't get to tell me what to do." Um, and yes. Sometimes, if you're really angry, it's okay to flip them. Sorry, I'm trying to continue the analogy, perhaps unsuccessful. I would not have made it if it wasn't extended. Yeah, Matcha, you still always get here first. Like, you have so many first redeems on my streams. You used to be the first or second person here, but now you usually drop in sort of 5 minutes before we raid out. So, I mean, I don't mind, but you're missing out on the streams. Cass, thank you so much for redeeming your flower of the day, which is a celery-leaved buttercup. Not the cables and adapters box, says Ratmost. Mine is starting to be a problem, says T-Bago. Box singular. Yeah, so I did have a clear out recently. I did cut down quite a bit on cables I don't need anymore. And I know what you're saying. You should keep every cable, because you never know. No. Izzy has 3. Izzy said I have 3 boxes. Now, doesn't that mean I have 3 boxes total in my house? Or I have 3 boxes of cables? Those are very different angles. Ren says, and they often have 4 legs, referring to gods and or tables. I'm sorry, but everybody knows that if God exists, they take the form of a blowhigh and therefore have no legs. Can you believe we got through an entire stream without anyone redeeming blowhigh? I realise that people don't redeem blowhigh because they see it as Match's thing to do. But if Match is not going to be here, somebody else is going to have to take up the responsibility of being blowhigh redeemer. Altibago says, what I want to know is during the events of the Bible, God personally killed 2,038,344 people, not counting the Great Flood. Satan personally killed 10. How is my boy the bad guy? Did you sit down with the Bible and work all that out, T-Bago, or has somebody else done that? Because that is a very precise number. And I don't think there were 2 million people alive during the time, certainly during the time the New Testament was written. Don't know about before that. Thank you, Izzy, by the way, for redeeming blowhigh. I suppose we should end the stream with a blowhigh. Let's do that. This is Blowhigh. He is soft and cuddly and we love him. There we are. I can end on a positive note of Blowhigh. Yeah, what I don't get is I can understand trying to convince somebody that they shouldn't be trans or that they shouldn't come out as trans or that being trans is bad or convincing cis people that trans people are bad. But why would somebody try to convince me, an openly trans person who's been trans for 5 years and who has changed their name and as far as possible legal gender and is undergoing treatment and literally runs a Twitch channel where one of the main focuses is LGBT and you're not gonna convince me. I don't care how good your argument is. What are you trying to achieve? Are you trying to convince my viewers? Because if somebody didn't like trans people, they're not gonna be watching me in the first place. They would have clicked off and gone to a different stream. So there's nobody here that's gonna be interested. Izzy says that they're being transferred from Amy 20. Yeah, but this is the worst possible place to do that. Izzy says, regardless of your views on whether he's a deity or not, one of the most fun stories about Jesus is that he basically invented table flipping. Well, he was a carpenter, right? So it was all just a scam to sell more tables because everyone would have broken theirs by flipping them. Ren says, now they can tell their cohorts they got bullied by mean people on the internet for their views. I feel like I answered all of their questions very positively and eloquently. I don't see how even a conservative person could spin that as bullying. Shall we end the stream and raid somebody? Do you think that would be a good idea? If anyone has any suggestions for raid targets, I would love to hear them. I'm always open, despite what El Tibago says, I'm always open to raiding new people. However, we do have plenty of good friends on. People who share our perspective on life, shall we say. Nespa's on, Tea with Jade is on, Itch is on, Lizzie is on, Cookie is on. Elfie says thanks for the stream. Thanks for the Elfie. My life is improved immeasurably by the presence of an Elfie within it. LT Bago says, except clowns, be they real or animated. And Best Panda, thank you. Sorry, Panda, I know this is late even by your standards. Let's end things properly here. I think we might just go to Nespa today. I know that's the easy option, but there's a reason Nespa is my most rated, my most times rated streamer, is that she is awesome, and she was lurking here earlier. And she, as her name suggests, plays NES games and just more broadly Nintendo games in general. She's working her way through pretty much every Nintendo game ever, all on original hardware. Her streams are always fun. She has a big emphasis on self-care. She's Canadian, so this is the peak time of day for her to be on. I know it's getting late for my friends, including the Revolutionary. Hello, Revo. Sorry you kind of missed everything today. If you want to redeem your flower, please do. You have about 2 minutes in which to do it. You were lurking before. Okay, that's good. Eltibanger said, did we raid Pidge? We raided Pidge fairly recently. I go to Nespa a lot, but Nespa is awesome, so she deserves me to go there. But I will keep Pidge in mind for future. Thank you, Revo, for redeeming... Oh, this is your first flower. I didn't realise. Revo, thank you so much for redeeming your first flower. A daffodil. That's a nice one. Yes, for just 10 channel points every stream, you can build up your own wildflower collection. Ratmost says, thanks for your stream and I'm impressed with your cool head. Listen, Ratmost. You need to bear in mind that I am I'm pushing 40. I have, if not openly trans, been at least actively advocating for LGBT rights my entire adult life. And I have to interact with people in the real world who are also transphobic and are much scarier than internet people. I have had these discussions so many times I can recite them in my sleep without even thinking about it. None of it phases me whatsoever, I assure you. And Lana, thank you so much for redeeming your flower. Right, let's get this raid underway. There is the raid. If you would like to spam a raid message in chat, please do. I'm sure Nespa would appreciate being spammed with this specific message because it has amazing flowers and spin emotes in. If you are subscribed, that is the message to use. If you're not subscribed, use any emotes. Use your own emotes if you're a streamer. I don't care. Do whatever makes you happy. If you want to copy a message without emotes in, there's a message with dancing dinosaurs. Everybody loves dancing dinosaurs. Ratmost says you are strong and brave and powerful. This is not really true. I'm just a Emma. If you look at me and think, oh wow, she's then you too can be and anyone can be if they just put their mind to it. I'm not doing anything special here. All I'm doing is sitting in front of a camera holding a children's toy shark, and words are coming out of my mouth, and some of them are coherent. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching. I'll be back tomorrow at around the same time with Human Resource Machine, and on Sunday with Factorio, and back here same time, same place next week with Taiji. Until then, thank you all for watching, and bye for now.